Why does this track always feel like the stealth section of the stream? I feel like I should be in crouch position, sneaking into the stream from the outside. What's up, folks? Hello, hello. Added Sparkle with a Prime sub. Thank you for that Prime sub. Krudak, how is that ironic? I feel like that's just a happy coincidence. Used the word ironically 3 times. I'm like, what? Surely it's just a fun thing. Maybe that itself is the irony. Steve-O, thank you for the 13 months. Are we not all in crouch right now? I'm sitting down. I don't know about you. Welcome in. Hello. It's awkward standing up. Sneaking in for the emerald ore. Yes, exactly. That's the true stealth mission. Just watching the new episode, got the notification, go finish it after the stream. There you go. That's the good thing about the videos, is they're going to be there for a while, right? I've got too much hair now. Sorry, I keep messing with my hair. I just need to get rid of it. Geode portals, I know. Geode portals are the new thing. It just makes sense. It's purple. Like, there's so little purple in this game, and I feel like the alternative is purple, and I'm like, I just don't really vibe with purple all that much. Purple is more annoying to farm as well, I think. Although it might be better now. We haven't done like an automated purple farm for a while. But yeah, I do like the new portal design. I think it's really fun. We're going to be working on the Dripstone cave today. Hello, folks, by the way. Good to see you all. Welcome to your Thursday Minecraft live stream. Don't get rid of the hairs. It's just in the way. That's the problem. Like, at the very least, if I was going to have longer hair for a while, I would at least need somebody to give me advice on how to style it. Because, yeah, I don't know. I think I prefer having shorter hair in general, though. It's just less of an annoyance. I feel like I can do more with it. Yes, work is starting in the cave. So we're going to be doing a bit more on that today. We're going to be probably going and grabbing some moss, working some of the lush cave foliage in around the entrance to make it look like the jungle is kind of, you know, making its mark on that entrance to the cave. I think it's going to be fun. I'm really enjoying this area so far. I've already started recording tomorrow's episode, which is about farming dripstone. And then I'm not certain if we're going to do another kind of sidebar in this episode about lava, or if we're going to have like generating lava be its own episode, because I feel like that's quite an important and fun concept, and might lead into us making a super smelter at this base, so we'll see how that goes. But yeah, we'll do some fun stuff with dripstone here at this base. That's the idea. Braided ponytail? Yeah, not for me. Not for me. I've not had my hair ever long enough to actually put it, like, I can't... If I was to put it up, like, the longest it got, I could do, like, maybe that. But, like, on the back. And that was ages ago. Ages and ages ago now. I also had, like, more hats to put it under at that point. What is next week of Survival Guide based on? There aren't, like, themed weeks all the time. I've only ever done that a couple of times just to be like, well, I guess we're doing a lot of stuff with villagers this week, and it doesn't make sense to, like, introduce villagers and then go away again, right? With the top knot, I mean, again, there's not really a whole lot I can do there. And I don't really know how to style my hair when it gets this length. I'm just like, nah. Good morning from Sydney, Australia. Good morning, Sydney. Hope you're well. It's very early in the morning for you, I'd imagine. Peregrine, thank you for the 10 months. Smitty with the 2, thank you very much. You guys, the first Minecraft YouTuber you watch. Wow. That's wild to me. Like, I'm sure that's the case for some people, but man, I feel like the first Minecraft YouTubers I watched were either Achievement Hunter or the Yogscast, and it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I started watching them. But hey, you know, if I'm that for some people, then awesome. T-Bro Fire, thank you for the 100 bits. King Kinnan with the 14 months. Loving the start to the new base. Can't wait to see what crazy designs we come up with. We'll see. We'll see. It's early days and I don't really have a plan, but I often find going in without a plan means that you can just kind of spitball stuff and you come up with stuff that surprises you, which is part of the fun for me. U of M, thank you for the 14 months of Prime. Steezix, thank you for the 100 bits. And Aviv Levy, thank you so much for the 2 months of Prime. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Found the Pillager Outpost video when it came out and never missed an episode since. Well, it's very kind of you. Nick's drop with the 500 bits. Excited for the cave project. Let's get right into it then. Let's hop into the world here. So like I said, I have set up like a very small scale dripstone farm, which seems weird considering how much of it is in this cave space to begin with. And you know what? I might boost the gamma a little bit because while we're not going to be here the entire time, we are going to be in this cave environment a lot. And so I think it will help. I've been doing that in my videos. I already adjusted the gamma on a couple of these, and I've been doing some lighting up of this area already. So you'll notice there are some torches if we go and stand near the entrance where I've been farming a bit of oak wood. There are some torches like up there and over here that weren't there before. But I still think it makes a lot more sense to look at it with a bit more clarity. And the gamma boost does kind of help with that. Am I going to use candles for the cave? Some of the time, yes. It's not going to be like floating candles, though. I kind of want to keep this place a bit more grounded than that, even though the overall vibe of this place is going to be a bit more kind of, like, I want to say steampunk fantasy kind of thing. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. Talisman, so thank you for the 45 months. That is 2/3 of a stack, yes. Close to that, I think. Intenso with a brand new tier 1 sub as well. Thank you so much for your first time subscribing to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge, and welcome to the Pixels. So the reason this isn't doing a whole lot yet, and you won't see this changing much over the course of the stream, is because I'm trying to demonstrate for people who are curious that dripstone has to form underneath a water source, not flowing water. So the way I've got this set up right now is so that just that one in the corner is the only one that can grow. So the other ones are dripping, but they drip like that way naturally, even if they don't have a water source above them, like these ones in the corner over there will. But you can only have dripstone form underneath a water source. So it's going to take a while for that to grow. But I also want to just do a bunch of base building work around here. Hanging lanterns from chains in the ceiling will be awesome. The problem with that is the chain is the same length all the way down, and I kind of want to have something like supporting that, you know? Jess Burnett, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Another brand new sub to the channel. Thank you so much. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. I've changed one thing about these like lampposts, which is to have a bunch of trapdoors around the outside of a wall, since that connects to the trapdoors when you close them up like that. And I've done a little bit more building around here. This now goes all the way over to this side, so we can hop up here and explore into the cave from there. And we'll start to build out more of the, you know, the infrastructure, the pathways that the folks who are mining around here have laid out. We'll do some stuff like that. But one of the main things I want to do today is go back to my base, grab some moss, or maybe even find a local Lush cave. But I think at least I know there is moss at the base, right? And we'll come back and we'll do a bunch of stuff around the entrance down here. Because the area over here, like underneath this, I really feel like I want to start terraforming some of that. It's already got these vines on it, and I love that look. And I want to do some mossy kind of things spreading in down here. Maybe some glow vines hanging underneath so that that area is a bit better lit up, but naturally, instead of just having torches around. When do I think I'll do a general mob farm? I'm thinking maybe a week or two away, probably. I need to find a good place for it. Like, it's probably going to be over an ocean biome somewhere, but I'm like, where? And I got to decide, you know, how am I building that? But eventually, yeah, I'm going to need gunpowder, I'm going to need bones, I'm going to need all sorts of stuff, really. Most of the stuff that I've gathered so far has been pretty manual, as far as both bones and gunpowder are fixed. So we'll see where we end up next week or the week after. But I don't want to rush those things because they're pretty hefty concepts. What? Is that legal? For Zoo Battlecaster, thank you for 75 gifted subs. That is so many. That's a lot of gifted subs. What's the occasion? We're just having a casual... It's having a casual Thursday stream. And already we're on a tier 5 hype train, so I've got to wear this hat. Welcome to the hype train, folks. We are headed for level 5 station right now. Thank you so much. That's wild. Unbelievable. We're at like 30% through level 5 from like, we were on level 2 a minute ago. I don't want to miss Angry Chair. Thank you for the 500 bits. Been playing Minecraft for years, but now seriously getting into it. Your videos, commentary, and playstyle are so helpful. Thank you. So, Fazoo, thanks. Hope you're well. Appreciate the 75 gifted subs. That doesn't happen often. So thank you. Tommy Clawfingers, thank you for gifting a sub as well. Fazoo got his tax refund, I guess. Nixcraft with 100 bits, thank you for the hundreds. Oh my goodness. Yeah, folks in the chat who got gifted a sub, there are at least 75 of you by now. Make sure you thank Fazoo Battlecaster for that very generous sub gift. That's intense, dude. that's a lot. Brogantic, thank you for the 100 bits. Sam Garofalo, thank you for the 100 bits. Oh, yeah, I haven't really, like, connected this anywhere, so, I guess I probably should, huh? Negative X, negative Z. I guess we're gonna go this way. And we'll see if we can get back to base, back towards... Oh, hello. Back to where we once belonged. Is this like a whole lava pocket up here? This is going to be a whole thing. Oh, good. Where's it coming from? Like, what is this? They don't normally generate this high up. That's what's confusing me about this. Yeah, whatever. Like, if it's just here. Unless it's on the other side of this somehow, and it's just like, I've dug it out into a lava fall over here. That's probably what this is, yeah. I'm like, you don't normally get these pockets of lava this high up in the Nether. They're all under lava lake level, because that's what... World Generation does that. It, like, fills in the caves underneath lava level. I'm also not wearing my gold armor, so I'm going to get attacked by piglins if I do this. Oh my goodness, people are going for it now. 2 new emotes today, 5,000 bits from Fazoo Battlecaster as well. Oh my goodness. Sam Garofalo with 100 bits. Got to do your part to support the hat stream. Gelful Panda with the 11 months. Tadpole Milk with 1,000. Nixcraft with 5 gifted subs. What on earth? What on earth? You guys are very generous. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this is all falling lava, yeah? So that's going to hopefully just dissipate as we hang out here. Assuming it's falling from there and not falling from anywhere else. Ellie Swan, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. Carry on with the 5 gifted subs as well. Fazoo, what have you started? You've... That's weird, because it's not, like, in here. Like, I don't think I started digging out into... Or maybe I did. I started digging out into this. Oh, my goodness. You guys make it look easy. Hopeless Dove, carry on. Thank you both for the 5 gifted subs each. Cosmic Dance with the 5,000 bits. Ardbeg Cultist with the 16 months. Tadpole Milk with 5 gifted subs. Jude the Gremlin with the 300. RHP Gothbean gifting a sub. Dogman Jack in under the wire for the level 5 hype train with 2 gifted subs. Looks like the hat's staying on. When we beat the level 5 hype train, the hat stays on. That's the rule here on this channel, and you guys made that look easy breezy. Thank you all so much. I don't know what I've done to deserve all of this support all of a sudden. Not that you guys don't show it the rest of the time, but man, I was not expecting people to come through on this hype train, and you really did. So thank you. And Court, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Appreciate that. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we can go this way. And then if we take a right, we'll be out across the Soul Sand Valley. And that's the portal to the village. So I think maybe we'll go this way first. And see what we're faced with. Okay, so it's not like a... It's not going across a lava lake or anything. We could probably just work our way down from here. We're going to see that nether portal any which way we go. Just got to avoid getting yeeted by hoglins now. Yeah, and avoid too many of the large drops. Talianas, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Not even a hype train anymore, but it's still coming on through. I appreciate that very much. Whoop. Yeah, we'll hop down here. I'm pretty sure we can get back up there. At least we'll hop our way through here. We'll deal with this guy, who's going to get mad, but we can quickly move past him. I don't have soul speed on my boots yet, either. We'll do a whole episode about that at some stage. 75 gifted chaos nearly crashed his laptop. Yeah. It's moments like that I'm quite happy I have a decent PC. Will I make an episode about parkour? Maybe at some stage. It's not something that I do often in single-player worlds because it's like with minigames. Like, once you've created something, you know what all of its kind of ins and outs are. It's obviously, like, parkour is something that you can do which is still... like a challenge for yourself, right? You're still able to challenge yourself with something like parkour because it's not like a puzzle that there's a solution to or anything, or it's not like a mini game that you have to play in teams. So more often than not, yeah, like parkour makes sense out of all of the minigame concepts to build in single player. Do I have any tips on how to grow a streaming career? Do what you love. Do it often. Set a schedule. Stick with it. Don't get discouraged if people don't turn up right away. Eventually, like-minded people will find you. That's really all I can suggest, because I am lucky enough to have had a pretty loyal audience before I started streaming regularly on Twitch. So in my case, like... I can't really provide a huge amount of advice that isn't just like, hey, do this Twitch thing, it'll work out. Because I started on YouTube, so, like, a lot of the time I already, like, I had an audience built in, you know? Was I camera shy at first? Not especially, no. I think more than anything, it helps to have my own space to do this, that I'm not, like, streaming from my living room anymore. But I was more about, like, just making sure I had decent equipment rather than having a problem with appearing on camera. It was much more just, like, I wanted to provide good video quality for people. And the webcam that I started out with was not all that great, but it did the job, you know? What hat am I wearing? This is the hat that I bought off Amazon as a joke ages ago. Because it's like a train conductor's costume hat, and... anytime the hype train started, I would put this hat on, blow a train whistle, and we'd be like, okay, we're off to the hype train kind of thing. And now I only wear it whenever people reach level 5 on the hype train, because I thought the bit was getting old, so I bring it out a little bit less now, and it turns out people just still make these hype trains happen. So I keep wearing it. There's people coming in for the first time like 20 minutes in and being like, did I miss a level 5 hype train? Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. I don't know how it happened, but it happened. It happened fast. You can blame for Zoo Battlecaster for this one. Did I change the gamma for the stream? Yes, mainly because we're going to be in the Dripstone cave for most of it, so sorry if we're on the surface, it's looking a little bit washed out right now. It will be back to looking more normal after this. because we're going to be underground and it's going to be a lot more easy to see where things are happening. I only need to take a couple of moss blocks from this because we're going to be propagating them using bone meal, so that'll be okay. I'll sleep the rain away in a second. I need to go and buy more golden carrots, so I'll grab some more emeralds for that. I think I have some. I had some in there. I think I'll put them back in here. Yeah, we'll go buy some carrots from the farmer, and then we'll go across land to the Dripstone cave base. Trying to think what else we need to bring while we're over here. What am I doing today? So today we're just going to be working on some stuff around the Dripstone cave base. Going to be laying down some moss around the entrance, like terraforming a little bit of stuff. We'll probably do some regular building as well, for which I might take a bit more wood over there. And I need to bring some oak with me, because I'm using oak more than I expected to, and I need to either farm it while I'm over there or just bring some that I've already stockpiled. Mooster, thank you so much for the 9 months. New badge. Yes, enjoy your brand new Mike sub badge. Glad you're enjoying the streams. Thank you for the support for the 9 months. And should I bring anything else while I'm here? Am I going to do time lapses this season? Eventually I will, yes, but it really depends, like, if I have something that I know what I'm doing when I build it. I think that's the important thing, because for base building stuff, it only makes sense to time-lapse that stuff if it's a long, repetitive task that I can just do without thinking about it, or if I have a plan going into a specific style of build, because if I know what I'm doing, I've planned it in creative beforehand or whatever, then the time-lapse can be a bit more, you know, condensed. I don't have as much footage to render. It can be a bit more concise, to the point, because I'm just building something and I know how it works, rather than all of the trial and error of, like, let me try this out, let me build this up, knock it back down, it didn't look right, you know, that kind of stuff. I don't think that makes for very entertaining time-lapse. Other people may disagree, but that's the type of content I prefer to make. Yeah, I'll bring some acacia from over here as well. Got a bit of glass there that I don't really need. Didn't leave a huge amount of acacia wood around here, did we? No, okay. Well, we'll just get a couple of saplings from here, and then we can grow our own, I guess. Right. Where's the farmer? You there? Hello. Give me some more of these. Lovely. And, yeah, that's repairing the silk touch, so that's all good. Can I trade you anything? Do we still have string over here or no? Oh, we don't. I've ended up trading all of that now. Which obviously we can get some more from the spider farm if we want to, but I'm not going to spend too much time here in the surface. Let's knock down any random innocuous acacia tree that's not part of the village. Just started using replay mod, and now you get the whole rendering time lapses thing. Yeah, it just adds additional time to whatever project you're working on. Which is fine, because time lapses make for really useful, like, video content. I think it can be really good to show the process of something, even if it's sped up. But, yeah, it does take a while. It adds to the production workflow. It's tomorrow's episode about Dripstone. How did you guess? Is it because we're in a Dripstone cave now? First time chat from Dakoba, and yet it seems like we know each other so well. Enjoy your gift sub. I said it in the video, yeah. You know, surprising that. Sometimes I have a plan. How do I plan for each episode? Honestly, most days I just log in and think, what do I want to do today? I do have a loose list of video concepts, mostly centered around acquiring resources and completing landmark objectives, like raid an ocean monument, set up a guardian farm, do a pillager raid, that kind of stuff, right? A lot of it is tied in with setting us up to gather certain types of resources, which will then end up going into builds. But the thing is, I don't know what the builds are yet. So I can't really plan for stuff like that. That stuff happens much more organically. And that's a case of waking up one day and being like, you know what, I want to do a big tower build today. And then I'll, you know, draft a couple of things for that maybe. If you're in a realm on normal and you can't change it, what's the best way to get emeralds without zombifying your villagers? Honestly, still trading some of the basic resources and the stuff that villagers will naturally trade relatively cheaply. Like, you know, if you want to farm wood for sticks and stuff, like, it's still 32 sticks for an emerald, which is, like, what is that, 8 planks or something like that? It's not much. Or maybe it's 16 planks. I don't know. But still, like, I didn't zombify most of the villagers at the beginning of Empires, and I still ended up with a ton of emeralds. I bought all my diamond gear from villagers. Like, you just got to be prepared to put the work in. And once you can buy a diamond axe from a toolsmith or a weaponsmith, then you've got your chopping axe right there. Alright, back to the cave. And things are going to look a little bit more appropriately balanced in terms of the gamma from now on, so.
Well, that's just prime.
Had a hard time farming XP, you haven't found a spawner yet, any ideas? Have you done much in the Nether? Because, honestly, quartz or blazes are a really good way to get early game XP. Frankly, just mining for quartz accounts for a lot of my early game levels if I haven't found a spawner already. Most of the time I still look for spawners because they're fun to make projects out of. Which would I rather, mossy deep slate bricks or dripstone bricks? Honestly, probably mossy deep slate. I think dripstone is its own thing. Although mossy pointed dripstone would be an interesting combination. Right, what we're going to do is break out some of this. And we can't bone meal moss if it's just like buried in a rock wall, so like that isn't going to do all that much. Although it might have spread to some of the blocks around the outside, but yeah, even that, not really going to do a great deal. It's really funny that the moss is somehow paler than the grass here because it's a jungle biome. And we're going to do a bit more stuff like this. We will obviously spread the moss a bit down here, but the goal first is to come down here and spread some moss from some of these spots. And this is why I have the gamma turned up, because otherwise we won't really be able to see much going on down here. I think these are being blocked from converting because the vines are here, which makes things a little awkward. Yeah. Got some free azalea out of that one as well. It doesn't convert stuff like the gravel. Yeah, I could use glow lichen, I just don't have much of it right now. And that requires farming it one-to-one with bone meal. Whereas right now I'm thinking about using cave vines for areas like this. Yeah, more of this is like vertical and is not going to take the moss than I was initially thinking. It's already nice having that stuff down there, though. If we wanted to, we could even do something like this. And have moss carpet back here, and that would still provide a bit of light. The torch is, like, just barely visible behind the azalea. But that doesn't quite look right. It doesn't have the green background. Mossy Cobbler's transition? Maybe. Maybe. I need a better way of farming Mossy Cobble right now. One of the other things we might end up doing if I'm not base building for most of this. Where's my, yeah, okay, cool. One of the things I might end up doing here is a bit more exploration. Not necessarily just to light stuff up, but there's areas of the cave further down that I haven't explored, and I'm curious what's underneath us here. Like if there's another geode we can convert, if there's some cool stuff that we can pull out of the ground, if there's other spawners, if there's bits and pieces like that. We could do some fun stuff. I'm going to grow some trees here at the entrance as well. As long as those trees are happy growing anywhere near vines, which they should be. Can chuck out stuff like these seeds. And ideally we need like a flat area of stone that we can use to convert into moss. And I should have brought my well, any kind of hoe with me. Happy Crafter, thank you so much for the 20 bucks. Gosh, people are being so generous today. I really appreciate it. Charlie, thank you so much for the 7 months of Tier 1. Ravenfire with the 2 months. Delta Avenue with the 3. Started new survival world today. Decided I'm going to take it slow. That's honestly a great way to be. I think it's all fine if you have objectives in mind and you want to rush ahead to those objectives, but that's what leads to people getting bored too quickly, I think, in this game. Oh, I still have some golden carrots in here as well. I'm an idiot. Alright, where do we want to go with any of this? We could convert some of this dirt into moss, because I'm not using the dirt for a whole lot right now. Just so we can, you know, repurpose it into useful resources. Moomin, thank you for gifting a sub. Sniper835 with the Prime sub, thank you very much. I think I also want to terraform a bit around the edge of this lake. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain what I want to do with that yet, but we'll see, right? How one bone meal can just convert that entire patch. It's very nice. Couple of blocks that just fell in. We're gonna need a better way of farming moss than this. We'll leave a bit of lighting around. The other thing about upping the gamma for these streams is that it means that you guys can see stuff underwater a little bit more easily, and right now I can see underwater okay because I'm looking at a dark screen in a dark room, but there's so much underneath here. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff under this whole area. Like, this comes up in a completely different place. There's magma everywhere. You always get an elytra early. Traveling on foot is something you get bored of. Yeah, and like the trick is always just to focus on the stuff that makes things fun for you. Would I drain it at some point? No, I want to keep the lake there. I think it feels like a good feature. It adds to the vibe of this being a dripstone cave because dripstone is so tied in with water. It makes sense that this whole area has flooded and that maybe some of that has come from large areas of dripstone in the ceiling. Water seeping down over the years. Looks like night vision without night vision. Except it keeps the shadows, and that's why I don't use night vision potions in videos all the time, is because I love the fact that Minecraft actually has the nuance of being able to see shadows and light and the different areas, and plus that helps with understanding where mobs are going to spawn and things like that, but I do think it really needs that for the sake of environmental ambience, and even though it always ends up looking a little bit grainy in videos, I think it's honestly worth keeping a lot of that natural ambience in the Minecraft world for the sake of the atmosphere of some of these videos, you know? Might leave some grass blocks and dirt blocks around. Mix it in a little bit with the moss, you know? Helps the moss feel a bit more organic. There's a mixture of green and brown everywhere. Stuff like that's not looking too terrible. Yeah, okay. So goal is, for a start, get loads of moss. And it's not going to be as easy to convert loads over here because of the dripstone being everywhere. So I wonder if we go... Let's go down into the cave. Let's go to, like, deep slate level, because we can convert a bunch of deep slate. Makes it easier to mine. I think I need to grab tools for that, though. Ideally. Let's take this stick with us, in case we encounter any coal. The seeds can go. I've just been chucking stuff over the rail here. Anastasia V, thank you so much for the 6 gifted subs. That Rogue with the 2 months. Grimzol, thank you so much for the 2 months as well. You guys are being so generous today. Let's switch to the gold hat. I don't really feel like being attacked this time. Of course, the hoglins are still going to do it. I also need to bring some copper over with me. That's the one thing I was thinking of. There's loads of copper in the cave, but I want to leave most of it there as copper ore because that's what the people there are supposed to be mining. In the sort of loose idea I had for the area, so it makes a bit more sense to leave some of it there. Get our copper from the blocks that we've already mined. Make some lightning rods for those lamp fixtures that we made. Why not using elytra? Because I don't have a mob farm yet, so I don't have gunpowder and stuff. And I will set up a mob farm fairly soon, but I don't want to do that off camera. I'd have to make an entire video about it. Kind of distracts from the projects I'm working on right now. Does moss replace ores when bone mealed? No, it doesn't. It ignores most blocks which aren't renewable. Basically, it only spreads to naturally generated blocks like dirt, stone, the decorative stone types, all of the stuff that is, you know, effectively renewable. Even if in the decorative stones case it does take a bit more effort to make them renewable. It won't spread to stuff like sand, glass, wood, that kind of stuff. What should you do about exploring underwater caves in Bedrock Edition without water breathing potions? Get respiration on your helmet and throw down some magma blocks, crouch on them, that kind of stuff. Like, there are ways of refreshing your water without having to create water pockets. It's refreshing your air, sorry, without having to create, like, Air pockets. Yeah, I need to grab the copper from over there. The thing is, I've turned most of the copper into blocks already. I always forget that you can craft them back. I think of copper as a building block so readily now that I always forget that you can convert it back because it's also a resource block. Doors don't work on bedrock. Doors do not create air pockets on bedrock. Yeah, so we can create, let's make, yeah, like 48 lightning rods. We'll need them for decoration, so that seems excessive, but we're not going to use them for functionality. We're going to use them for aesthetics. Had a trident early game because of the large rivers in the terrain. You felt like Riptide was enough to go long distances. My base is already on a shore. I think I might delay my creeper farm project a couple more. Yeah, again, like, I might end up finding Riptide, getting a trident, doing that stuff. Where did I leave my good tools? I think probably in the utility chest over here, right? Yes, Joe, it is a hat stream. There was a very early level 5 hype train. So we're going to be like this for the next couple of hours. Will I make a copper farm? Eventually, yes. But there's such an abundance of copper in this update that I don't really feel the need to do that so soon. I could farm some moss around here, but again, I do want to look at the lower layers of that cave and see what we've got going on. Just going to put that on for safety. Replace spruce logs in the water with dark oak logs so it looks kind of wet. I could. But that always looks kind of odd to me. I think there's some other stuff we could do around that now that provides a similar idea, but that looks more effective, because I feel like it's really weird for the dark oak logs to just, like, stop at the water line, you know what I mean? Like, water doesn't always affect timber that way. It's not just, like, everything above the water line is fine and is perfectly dry. Like, especially by the ocean. Obviously, we're not in the ocean, we're in this cave, but, like, water levels rise and fall a lot, and so you end up with tide lines on stuff like that, which is harder. But I think if we put stuff like glow lichen on there, that can look like, you know, water has left mineral deposits on there, or barnacles or whatever, or, you know, lichen, algae, stuff like that. It's kind of built up over time. So I think there's some cool stuff you can do with that without just defaulting to put the darker wood block on it. It's kind of the way I'm thinking about it right now. We are up here, right? I'm not just imagining that. It's around here somewhere. Thanks for just stopping. Appreciate that move. From a tactical perspective. Oh, it's down here. Yeah, okay, cool. So that tunnel, basically useless, but, you know. Sonic Warrior, thank you so much for the 24 months, the 2 years. Thank you for the 2 years. On the diagonal, thank you for the 100 bits as well. So we've got some pork chops we can eat now. Will I show the Dripstone Basin shaders? Not for a while, because I'm not using Optifine or Iris yet. And probably won't for a while. I'm kind of enjoying just playing purely vanilla for a bit. Isn't the wood platform going to light on fire if I place a lightning rod? How? How's lightning going to hit it in a cave? It's so weird that you can break chains and the chain stays up, still supporting the lantern. But if I break this chain, because it's the only thing the lantern was attached to, the lantern breaks. I'm like... Minecraft, you're weird. Does lightning strike lightning rods upside down? I believe so. I could be wrong about that, but I believe so. It certainly strikes the ones that are oriented sideways, so I don't see why inverted would be a problem. Alright, we'll put these in here for now. Since I don't have much space in the shulker boxes. I've got more shulker shells in there, so I could make more shulker boxes, but, like, I don't know, I'm resisting that for some reason. What's up, Pickle Buzz? Good to see you. Oh my goodness. Hello? Alright, we got to eliminate this guy. Because tridents can break pointed dripstone. And first of all, if we get a trident, then that's pretty amazing. But even if we don't, this guy's potentially a safety hazard. No trident. But yeah, like you can see, he's already broken a bit of pointed dripstone. If he broke something above our heads and it fell, it could kill us pretty easily. And he still threw it out of the pond there. Drowned with tridents in dripstone caves was a very fun idea. So yeah, back here is really what I'm looking for, because this section of the cave... Okay, that was just an arrow. I was like, another trident? It made the same, like, boyoyoing kind of noise. Alright. Arrow just went straight through that zombie's leg. Yeah, down here, this section kind of drops off. And I drop off. And then that leads down into a big dripstone cave, which doesn't have the same... a deep slate cave, sorry. It doesn't have the same dripstone everywhere. So the dripstone cave biome kind of bottoms out as this begins. There's a bit of it back there, I guess. Oh, there's an aquifer right here that we can kind of swim down into with some lovely glow squid. Keeping an eye on my surroundings here. But yeah, we can use this as a kind of water elevator down. And potentially back up again too. We can hop on down here and see what's up. This is quite nice. And I just want to turn a little area of this, because I don't have many torches right now and we won't find more coal down here. I want to turn a little area of this into a kind of manual moss farm for a minute here. So we'll put all of this around. We've got an abandoned mine shaft. That's good to know. The skeletons here are providing a bit more bone meal as well, so I'm all for that. I can hear lava underneath this as well, so maybe we'll have to be a little careful, but I think we just pop down a moss block around here, bone meal that a few times, harvest it all with a hoe, rinse, repeat. It spreads to tough and everything as well, so these could be a really interesting way of opening out those huge iron veins. If you just want a ton of moss instead of tough. Which, to be fair, I kind of do. What am I wearing on my head? This is a train conductor's hat because we had a very early hype train. Something Mossilia now. We can also get a ton of azalea leaves this way. But I didn't end up bringing the silk touch how I only brought the fortune one. We'll start with the moss though. Do the other stuff a bit later. Small Cats, thank you for gifting a sub to Bruno. And Swiss Miss, thank you for gifting 5 subs earlier as well. Thank you so much. Moss spreads further when the light level is lower? I don't believe that's true. I could be wrong, but I've never heard that. Absolutely zero interaction between moss and light? Yeah, I didn't think there was. Feel like I'd have heard about that. Because moss doesn't spread on its own. Like, it's not like grass where it's like it has to have a certain amount of light in order to spread. It's always done by the player. Alright, we grew a zombie. Didn't expect that one. What am I doing? I'm mining moss. Among other things. We've got a decent amount of it now. But that can go towards terraforming some stuff. At least the zombie matches the greenery, it's true. Looking a little green around the edges. One thing that's cool about moss as well is if you end up doing this, like harvesting it, it only covers the topmost block of all of this terrain. And so the terrain keeps the same shape even as you dig further down with it. So you can actually keep the natural shape of the terrain quite easily if you cover the entire thing in moss and then destroy it all a bit at a time. It's supposed to be Plants versus Zombies, and apparently we get both. Found some iron ore. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have any shears to harvest the glow lichen here. As the other side effect of this moss gathering situation is that any blocks that you leave a torch on just become pillars. I'm hearing lots of spiders, and there's clearly an abandoned mine shaft here, so I'll probably not stick around. But it's good to know that is there. Time to go and see if any of my pointed dripstone has grown yet. We've also got this whole section behind here, which is incredible looking. But we're not going to worry about that right now. Oh, we almost went back off again. I think at this stage, with drops like that, I'd be okay. We've got feather falling, we've got protection. Even with the dripstone around would be alright, but I've not tested that theory yet. So one of these days we may end up finding out. Oh wait, I don't have any free inventory space for the gunpowder. Which I might have to make, because gunpowder is more important than string to me right now. Now, which way is out? I think that way is out. Up and out. Where's my great glass elevator? This is a risky business. There we go. We made it to here at least. Oop. All right, I think we're out of the woods. Water bottles, not water bottles, water buckets are basically grappling hooks in this game. That is our last torch. Uh-oh. Drop creepers, though. That's why one of the most important things in vanilla Minecraft, at least in 1.18, is just to keep moving. Still want a grappling hook. The thing about a grappling hook is that so often you'd end up grappling yourself up to places where you would just fall and take full damage. I think the grappling hook honestly makes the game harder. Well, it's too easy to die that way. Depending on how it works, of course. But if it's like the hook shot from Zelda, or the grappling hook from Terraria. Zita Midnight, thank you so much for the 19 months. Ginger gifting a sub to Veronica, thank you so much. What deep dark theory videos have I seen? None, basically. I don't tend to watch that many theory videos. Not usually my jam. I will say that there's a chance the abandoned mineshaft down there could have glowberries in a loot chest somewhere. But I have glowberries of my own that I can go and grab if I need to. Do still want there to be a little bit of gravel piling up around this, you know? Yeah, we got vines, we can put mossy cobble in here, there's a whole bunch of different things. that we can do to make this area feel a little bit more overgrown. I also want to use the moss a little bit more like how I use leaves, almost like it's creeping up the outside of this stuff like vines. Was that a creeper just falling down? You see a green thing fall down here, or is that my imagination? Weird. Crossbows could launch grappling hooks and then you climb up like Batman. You're assuming a lot of Minecraft ability to make you like Batman. Break that vine right there so it shows that there's copper underneath it. I think across some of the... I'll get rid of those vines there. I think across some of the water here, I'm going to do something I did in decidedly vanilla ages ago. And I started to do around the river in Pixandria. And put some leaves kind of on the surface, which won't look like they're waterlogged, because you can't really waterlog leaves in Java Edition for some reason. But I think they're going to give the impression that there's like algae and stuff around here, which could be quite cool. Is the info out if Skulk Screamers are obtainable? Can you bring them to the overworld and spawn the Warden in daylight? You can certainly move them around. I believe you can pick them up and move them, because they talked about them being like a kind of alarm system for bases and stuff. Jury's out on whether that spawns the Warden or not, though. I think the Warden will probably only appear in the Deep Dark biome. Because the player having the ability to spawn the Warden in somebody else's base is a little bit too OP. It has too much potential for griefing, I think. Although, I don't know that for certain. That's just my assumption. Just imagine, like, hazing new players on your server by spawning the Warden in their base when they've got, like, leather armor. Am I planning on putting jack-o'-lanterns or other lighting in the water? I want to leave most of the water down here relatively dull, which is not to say that I can't just light up the bottom of the lake and that would prevent drown from spawning, but honestly, like, I don't think we need to worry too much about drown spawning anyway. I just want to keep the level of atmosphere in here, which means leaving some dark spaces. Let's put a block there and make this slightly easier to climb. There we go. Don't know what sort of damage a Warden does. I'd be way more scared of the Wither in your base. I mean, the Wither destroys blocks. We don't know much about how the Warden reacts to that stuff yet, but it has pretty enormous destructive potential. And the Wither was added so long ago that it's the kind of thing they can't really pull out of the game. But it feels like summoning the Wither takes a little bit more work than spawning the Warden would at this point. I don't know for certain, though. I like that already. We're laying the foundation for something else here. But I like how, like, we can break it up and have the moss be a little bit more sparse. And it creates depth in there, which is really nice. Instead of just replacing all of the blocks of the wall with moss, you know? Like, it creates a bit more shape in there. And obviously, yeah, some vines too. Definitely some cave vines with glowberries. A skeleton. The skeleton is very helpful. Might also hang some lanterns from the undersides of these bridges, even. There's some stuff like that we can do. Glow lichen is not a bad idea, I just don't have much of it right now. And I can farm glow berries pretty easily, but glow lichen is just a bit of a pain to farm. And yeah, there's like dispenser-based ways of doing it. You can kind of set up auto shearers for it, more or less. We'll get to that eventually. I'm in no rush. Don't really have any iron on me right now to make shears to like shear a bit more of this stuff. Finally, it's grown. One stage, but it's grown. Been waiting for that. Ideally, I want, like, at least 2 more stages. I want one where the dripstone forms on the floor, and I want that to grow at least 1 more block to make it evident that it's done several things while the rest of that has done nothing. Am I going to set up a flying machine dripstone farm? Not immediately, because, I mean, look at the amount of dripstone we have around here. I can carve out whole sections of this, and you just won't miss it, because, like, there's so much. So if I wanted to gather a bunch of pointed dripstone for a project, I would honestly just go to one of these caves instead of farming it. But the fact that we can farm it means that I want to try. So for this project, I'm going to at least demonstrate that dripstone can be created by the player and then harvest it manually for this area. I'll probably just surround this with wood, a block that you can't easily break with a pickaxe, and then just break it all manually once it forms, because you can show it forming and it looks really cool from the outside. Is another important factor here, I think. But then, beyond that, I'm probably going to make a flying machine dripstone farm much later in the series when it makes sense to do so, when it just feels like, oh sure, there's something else we can automate, we can do that. But I'm not going to do it here because, like, it's one of those, like, wood for the trees sort of situations, right? Like, why would I automate that when there's just an abundance of it around here that is much faster to acquire and I think easier at this point. Like, we'll do that later. Eliania, thank you so much for the 3 months. And Mugen Law, thank you for the 7. And Charlie F120, thank you for that brand new Prime sub to the channel. Enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. Welcome to the Pixels. Got a bunch more azalea. Not azalea, acacia. Dang it! Mojang, why? Why'd you have to add so many similarly named things to this game? As if dripstone and deep slate wasn't bad enough. Let's do a few acacia fences. I got it right that time. So that we can test them out with these. It's a slightly different kind of orange, but I think it still sort of works. I sort of like the idea of having 1 or 2 of them in each of these. Be made of acacia and then have the others be jungle because they're more exposed, and that'll work well with the exposed copper once that starts popping up, you know? We need acacia again. We need azalea leaves. We need azalea banks. Let's make 2 more shulker boxes so I have somewhere to store all of this moss.
Well, that's just
We'll start with 1. Good. Flowin119 with a Prime sub. Man, folks being so generous today. Thank you all so much. Can't say it enough. Alright, we'll throw those in there for the moment. I need to go and grab got some here and there. I need to go and grab a bunch more coal, some more sticks. Basically, I just need to make torches. So I don't know why I'm describing the components that I need for that. I need to go and make some more torches. I'll go and grab some azalea leaves as well. Thank you, Darsh the Wizard. I'm glad you like the hat. This is the train conductor's hat I typically put on after we've had a level 5 hype train here on the channel, which does not happen very often. But today it happened within the first 20 minutes of the stream, so the hat stays on for the remainder of the stream. How do you respawn the dragon? So, if you've got access to ghast tears and eyes of ender and a decent amount of glass, you can craft the end crystals that you'll find spawning on the obsidian pillars when you first fight the dragon. You can craft those manually. They can only be placed on bedrock or obsidian. And the method for respawning the dragon requires you to place 4 of them on the 4 sides of the bedrock nest that the dragon sits on during the dragon fight. You put them in the middle of each of the 4 longest sides, and then the crystals start a respawn sequence which respawns the dragon. We'll do that in a future episode because I plan on fighting the dragon many times in this series. But yeah, that's how you respawn it for the first time. Do I plan on bringing villagers into the cave? No, I plan on keeping villagers away from most of my build projects, unless we are very specifically designing a village. By the way, folks, I don't know if anyone's seen the trailer for the Lord of the Rings series that's coming to Amazon Prime, but there is a shot of a city at the very beginning of the trailer that is all arranged around this kind of circular lake. It's like a harbor. There's ships and stuff in it, and I look at the shape of the lake in this like northern part of the map. Like, our starter house is here, so it's like just over there basically, and I go, I don't want to like recreate that place block for block, but it's some pretty good inspiration. Like, it looks very cool. I'm not gonna like show it on stream in case anybody's like, I've been in a couple of chats where people are like, don't talk about it. I'm not like, don't show me the trailers. I'm trying to go in as blind as possible so I'm not influenced by a bunch of this other stuff, because like Tolkien fans are hardcore sometimes, right? But I won't show you it, but it looks like the perfect kind of thing to build in Minecraft around a perfectly circular lake like that. I mean, it's an ocean really, it's not a lake. I just think of it as a lake because it's largely surrounded by land, but then so are all oceans in Minecraft. Watch the trailer just to get the hype going? Exactly. It looks so cool. Like, I'm genuinely quite impressed by the production design, which is the only thing I can really kind of consider right now. Like, it's the only thing I really want to look at. We have... Yeah, I didn't really farm a great deal of these before, so we'll need to do a bit of azalea farming, and then we'll probably take the gamma filter off for this, because I'm going to be on the surface for a while. I wish there was a way to hotkey this, but I don't think there is. Might be other ways I can do that in OBS or some other kind of third-party application. Talking about Lord of the Rings, I haven't even had second breakfast yet.
Well, that's just prime.
Now is the time. T-Bro Fire with the 9 months, and Castle Line, thank you so much for converting from your Prime Gaming to a Tier 1 sub. I didn't leave any azalea. Oh, I've got a few azalea leaves in here. We can use those, I guess. Right. Tolkien fanatic, and I'm okay with the first trailer at least. I mean, hence the name. Arwen. But yes, it's looking all right. I think it's something to be optimistic about. And ultimately, I've been following a couple of like people who style themselves as like Tolkien scholars, like people who analyze his work more regularly, the kind of the academic look at Tolkien's writing. And a bunch of them are being fairly optimistic about it, and they're also saying, look, this is an area of the story where Tolkien dropped a lot of hints but never really gave us any proper writing from. Like, it's the kind of stuff that he tells the story in broad strokes without going into detail about most of the characters and everything. So there is an opportunity there for the writers to have free reign without really stepping on any of the stuff that Tolkien actually wrote himself, as opposed to what they did with the Hobbit movies, which was change a lot of stuff. Then again, they changed a lot about Lord of the Rings, probably more so, and I think the Lord of the Rings movies are far superior to the Hobbit movies. Have I seen the new Bel Air trailer? I have not. I don't know what that is. But if you're excited for it, then cool. This is the... There's like a percussion instrument, like one of those kind of like, it's like a little shaker or one of the kind of scraper kind of noises that's just filling in the background. And if I have it at a low enough volume, it sounds like a slime squishing in Minecraft, and it really confuses the heck out of me. And I always need to like turn around and be like, is there a slime here? Why? It's just one of those like subtle percussion instruments providing texture in the background of the song, and I'm like, why does this sound like a Minecraft slime? Please, come on. Okay, I think what happened there is this grew. I ended up getting pushed downwards by the leaves because I was standing on this. I'm bone mealed the one that I was standing directly on top of. That's my half-hearted hardcore run over. Would it be possible for me to give you my best Smeagol impression? If you want my best Smeagol impression, my partner is currently writing out the entirety of Lord of the Rings by hand over on their Twitch channel. To like work with fountain pens and the stationery and stuff that they've been collecting over the last little while. And they don't do like gaming streams, they do a bunch of other stuff, and this is like one of the things they've been doing recently. So every so often there's like a channel points redeem where I come in and read a section of the book, like from what they've written so far, and eventually we'll get to a point where I have to do a voice for Gollum. So if you want to hear me do that, you can head over to twitch.tv/celerymin and drop a follow.
Well, that's just prime.
And I'll get to that eventually. Right now they're only on chapter 2, and obviously like writing it all out by hand is a long process. It's a 1,000-page book. They're on page 50. But we're on chapter 2. Gandalf is currently telling Frodo about the dangers of the One Ring, giving us a bit of Middle-earth history. And otherwise it's a super fun and chill stream. It is an adult audience, but if you're into Tolkien, you might enjoy it. My boyfriend does such a good Gollum voice, I had to ban him from doing it after dark. That's yeah, that's got to be a good decision on your part. Chopping Tuesday on Thursday, yes. But yeah, I'm not in the stream like all the time, so don't go there expecting me to be on every single stream. Like, I got other stuff to do. But yeah, there is a channel points redemption that can summon me if they have written enough that it makes sense for me to read and kind of like catch up to where they've got to. They should be streaming later today, but they're also like working on upgrading some stuff about the stream, bits and pieces of like, you know, stream deck, stream transitions, that kind of stuff. So keep an eye out. Do I hear Pixar's Lord of the Rings audiobook? I have actually been archiving recordings of all of the stuff that I've read out on stream, but obviously, like, it would not be legal at all for me to distribute that, so I don't know what we're going to do with it other than just, like, save it for our own entertainment. Maybe distribute it privately amongst members of the stream community, but, like, again, at what point does that become something that would make the Tolkien estate mad? Going to listen to it in my elderly years. where I already sound like Gandalf, and I'll be like, I do Gandalf better now. Gandalf the Grey. And I have come to you at the turn of the tide. Can we have an option to summon celery? Probably not. Although they do their own summoning occasionally. The Tolkien estate is presumably very significant at this stage. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And like, understandably protective. Surprisingly litigious about that protection. Like, there is genuinely some stuff in the past where I'm like, I'm surprised they have stepped in to do anything about that, but they have done so. I'd listen to any audiobook I'd read. You know, it'd be kind of fun to do audiobooks, and for a while I was considering getting involved with a project that's called, is it like Vox Libris or something like that? There's like, it sounds like the new Critical Role show on whatever, Hulu or whatever the platform is. But no, there's a project online where any book that's in the public domain, a group of people are effectively making an audiobook of. It's basically like the audiobook equivalent of Project Gutenberg, which was that thing that effectively any book in the public domain was made available as an an ebook for free, and that you could download a bunch of stuff to e-readers and catch up on, you know, Dracula or whatever kind of works you wanted to. And a lot of them are not like popular works of fiction, you know, it's not like you're signing up to read the works of Jane Austen. Like, people have already done that. And in some cases, I think, even works that should be in the public domain, given their age, are not because of various copyright protections from publishers and estates and that kind of stuff. But, hello? Where's that guy? But yeah, like, I was considering contributing to that because I like reading stuff out loud, and it seemed like a cool project to be a part of. But then, looking on the forums and stuff, their submission guidelines are fairly strict, and I just didn't have the time at the end of the day. Like, it just ended up not being something I could really spend a lot of my time doing because of how much free time you gotta have to do stuff like that. It seemed like a cool idea, though. Alright, so we're now going to put these in the ender chest, where they will be available at my convenience. I'm going to hop down here and we're going to do a little bit of decoration. I didn't bring any coal or sticks back with me, but those are the breaks. I think I can probably get a bit of coal from around here still, you know? I don't want to go ham with the leaves either. Like, I want this to feel like, almost like the moss is kind of like dense foliage rather than being moss itself, you know? Where it's just like compacted sections of the leaves all running together. And the leaves are just where it like thins out a bit. At this point, it would behoove me to put the gamma filter back on. There we go, a bit better. Especially as I step back, you can see a bit more of that. Definitely feels more jungly, doesn't it? I should do voice acting for a game. The thing is, like, saying that is all very well, but voice actors are professionals who have to audition for roles a lot of the time, and I don't have any real formal, like, acting training. I just have a voice that I use a lot. So while it seems like a no-brainer to be like, oh yeah, you're a guy who talks for a living, and you've got, like, a decent presentational voice that people enjoy, do a voice for a video game. I'm like, people have to buy this video game, though. So the people making it want to get good people to do a good job. There was also a while ago I was considering contributing to a project where somebody was, I think it was somebody even from the Minecraft community or somebody who'd formerly been part of the Minecraft community and was moving on to like writing projects and stuff like that, was directing a voice acted version of their playthrough of like an indie game or something like that, and they wanted people to effectively like read the dialogue that was just text based in the game. And I almost got involved with that, but I don't think any of the parts were, like, right for me. My experience makes me way more appropriate for a narrator than the character. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't mind being a narrator in something, but again, like, who and what and all of that stuff. Like, it's not as simple as just wanting to do it. Like, seeking out projects like that isn't necessarily something I have a great deal of time for right now. Lovely though the idea is. Like, if I was approached about something, that'd be different, but then the right person has to approach me, the timing has to be right, and honestly, in that case, it'd have to be a project that I like the sound of, you know? Should hang soul lanterns under the bridge. That's not a bad idea. I will probably work in some soul lanterns into this project eventually. I do like the look of it. It needs more dynamic kind of stuff. Right now the platforms are too flat. There's so much stuff I want to do with it that I haven't had the opportunity to expand yet, and some of it, to be honest, is a little awkward because you're building from the top down over those big old lakes. Every now and then I look down and I think, oh yeah, I can just water bucket drop onto that. And then it's dripstone, and it has pointed dripstone on it. And I'm like, nah, should probably find a safer stone block to drop onto. You just notice the little, like, cross shape from above, and you're like, no, probably not. Probably not there. Will I make a netherite beacon in this series? We're at least going to do a tier 1 netherite beacon. Maybe not a full netherite beacon. That seems a little excessive. Okay, yeah, we got a thing in here. So that's that taken care of. More or less. I'm sure there's another one around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Cool. Gonna go looking for glowberries in mineshaft loot chests, because I might as well explore this mineshaft while we're here. We've done enough of these on camera now that I'm not that fussed about letting people know this is here unless it becomes immediately relevant to what I want to do. Fortune. Okay, good. Like, if I'm breaking this with Silk Touch again, there's going to be words had. I feel like I should be able to tell the difference between cobbled deep slate and natural deep slate now, but sometimes when it's those tiny item sprites, I can't quite picture it. Every time I see a blob of tuff underground, I'm like, huge iron vein? I don't know why. I'm not interested in finding a huge iron vein. We have an iron farm that's already providing more iron than I will need. I don't think I want all of the raw iron. Oh, bit of diamond ore down there. Hello, you. I feel like more often than not, they're just, like, exciting to come across because they're new, in the same way that diamonds are exciting to come across because people consider them valuable, but right now we don't actually have any need to mine these. But I'm like, they're such an attractive color. That's really it. It's just they made it an appealing color 10 years ago. All right, we've strayed from our objective here. What's the distance that an item like a spawner will detect you? Well, spawners have a very specific detection range, which is 16 blocks radius. Mobs have a different detection range. So, for example, a zombie will detect you from much further away than a creeper or a skeleton will. This is also affected by whether or not the player is sneaking in the case of mobs, which is not the case with things like spawners. There is more nuance to this than you might expect. Hat OP, well, thank you. No glowberries, but hey, we got some torches back, so that's nice. Might leave the rest of that there, except the name tag, to be honest. I don't really need the lapis for anything, but, you know, new area, we'll take the lapis. We're not going to grow melons here. Is the mineshaft chest arguably the treasure here? Should we be taking that with us? Spare the iron of making a minecart, even though we're farming 5 iron every 30 seconds at this stage. There we go, that's what we wanted. Certainly wouldn't mind having a little bit of this extra stuff as well. The seeds and the bread can do without, but... Will I make a 118 museum in the series? I'm not going for museum this time around, because I don't want to just repeat everything I did in the previous series. Hey, look, a geode. I love it when you get the mineshaft corridors ending A in a geode, and B, when they intersect a geode so that you get this weird, like, slice effect. Like, has anyone been watching Sifu or playing Sifu at all? Because I've been watching Mr. Casto, my brother-in-law, play it, and there's a bunch of areas in this museum level where you walk through a corridor and from a certain perspective, something looks like it's a like a round pattern on the floor, but then it's one of those perspective tricks that as you walk towards it, it like warps and twists slightly, and it's designed so when you turn a corner, it looks like this perfectly round emblem in the corridor, and then you walk towards it, and it's just like painted on the floor and the walls. But yeah, it does look like that a little bit at the end there. There was another mineshaft chest over here somewhere. Like around this corner. Trying to keep an eye on where this stuff is. Perfect. We have some more glow berries. Don't know why I decided to emphasize it that way. Anyway, we've got what we came for. I think we'll probably head back. Exploring this whole area is not going to yield anything that I don't already have. So we'll probably just hop up this way. And I might... Of course, we only got one from that. Drop an iron ingot, please.
Well, that's just prime.
Curse you. Okay, we need one more iron. Because I might just farm some glow lichen down here manually with bone meal. Alright, we need to get to the surface and see this, because I love thunderstorms when they happen right outside of the cave that we're living in. Grab one of these. This is probably immensely confusing to my partner in the other room. Because a storm is supposed to be blowing through the UK, although it's not really affecting us as much here in the south, and I don't think it's bringing much in the way of thunder with it. It's just like high winds and a lot of rain. But, yeah, kind of hilarious that we're getting a ton of thunder and lightning noises. I bet that's it. I bet it's just stopped now. Sometimes thunderstorms in Minecraft are hilariously brief. Thought the south would get more than the northwest. No, the south tends to... Like, when the storms come in, they come in from the Atlantic. They tend to cross over Ireland a lot of the time. If they're heading south, they're usually heading south from a... They're like a southerly wind, so they're blowing, like, from the north. And we're, like, on the bottom right-hand corner of the UK, basically. So we get typically the tail end of it once it's lost all its power going over the mainland. Can you enchant a shield? You can get Unbreaking and Mending on a shield if you use books. I just haven't bothered because shields are very cheap to make, and like I got enough Mending and Unbreaking books to put on a bunch of my tools and armor and stuff, and I just didn't bother with the shield in the end. Right, so with these, and a bit more bone meal, which we have mainly stockpiled in the chest over here. We can plant and grow a bunch more glowberries, which will allow us to plant a bunch more cave vines. The vines are kind of annoying in that you cannot grow them using bone meal. You have to plant more glowberries on the underside, but then bone mealing them does this. How do glowberries grow naturally? So these vines will grow in much the same way kelp plants do. The tip of the plant has an age, so that's age 22. That would grow up until age 25, so it would come down 3 more blocks. And as it did so, each section of the vine would have a small chance. Although I say small chance, I don't know what the actual chance is. It's probably bigger than I expect. To naturally grow glowberries on it. So if you break the vines and let them grow naturally, they will naturally create glowberries, at which point you can break them. You can't shear them to get the cave vines back. Yeah, there's various caveats and addendums to all of this, but the principle is that you can farm glowberries automatically the natural way. You can bone meal them using a dispenser and collect them using the player right-clicking. Lots of stuff you can do. Lots of many different approaches to glowberries. The Dripstone cave, it looks amazing. Well, thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. And around here, we need to find areas where we have overhanging blocks, which we don't have that often. But there's stuff like this, where we can put them sort of growing downwards in here. We can even add some stuff like hanging roots and talk about those, if we want to. But I think we're actually going to... We're going to get some shears, which is why I got the iron in the first place. And we're going to trim these so they don't grow any further, because I don't want them growing all the way down. And we can have like little glowing alcoves and stuff in there that light some of the area but not all of it. And then we can do stuff like glow lichen in other areas. Do they grow better if you have bees like flying through them? That's a neat use of that bee pollen mechanic. Are there dripstone caves in Bedrock? Yes, Bedrock Edition terrain generation, although I'm not certain about cave biome placement, but I'm like 99% positive the cave biomes will generate in the same places. It's identical to Java terrain generation now. I don't know if the latest release has given it full parity with Java Edition seeds, but there are about 4 billion seeds at least which can have like full parity with Bedrock and Java when it comes to placement of certain biomes and terrain and everything. So yeah, stuff like that, little clusters of glowberries growing in alcoves like that is going to prevent it from making everything look too well lit. And maybe on the underside of here, maybe we don't have glowberries on that side, we have like lanterns hanging down from underneath the bridge. But I think that looks pretty good. And you can set them back from the surface, and obviously the surface here is not really providing us with many places to plant the vines to begin with. So if you set them back in those little alcoves like that, you don't have to use the full light level, and it can still provide some more atmospheric lighting. Still should be enough to spawn-proof that area, though, because It's going to dip down to like light level 1 or 2 here and there, but it's not going to be so dark as to be completely dark and therefore spawnable. All biomes are placed mostly the same way as in Java. Terrain and cave should be the same. Features are different. Yeah, trees and ore generation and that kind of stuff. So this cave wouldn't look identical if you loaded up the same seed, but a lot of it would look quite similar. That's about as much as I could expect of it, really. Mushrooms would look cool since it's a cave. Yeah, we can tinker with stuff like that later. These caves would be nice environments to grow mushrooms, like, naturally, too. You. Of course he runs away. Of course he runs away. Tubby Custard at 420. Excellent username. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Yeah, get off my dripstone. Plasma Fleur, thank you for the Prime sub. Holly with the 4 months. Midnight Rambler, thank you very much for the resubs.
Well, that's just prime.
Alright, was giving myself a bit of room just in case that was a different creeper and it hadn't taken a lot of damage already, but it apparently had, so that's fine. Kleiner Wildfang, or Wildfang, potentially. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Okay, quick furnace, I think. Can you make furnaces out of a combination of cobbled deep slate and cobblestone? Oh, how lovely you can. That makes my life easier. I turned all my coal into torches. Left no coal unturned. Thoughts on Ghast Farm as a substitute for Creeper Farm? I mean, why... To quote Tony Stark here, is it too much to ask for both? We can do both. We will do both, in fact, because Ghast Tears are also a useful thing to farm from a Ghast farm. But I honestly think, yeah, Ghast farms, if you have the resources to build them and the patience to build them, can be very effective at replacing creeper farms for gunpowder, because it's only going to produce gunpowder and it's not going to squash all of the other spawns the way that a regular mob farm with trapdoors does. Like, I assume there's a lot of failed spawning attempts that happen. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, technical players, about this. But, yeah, there's a good handful of the spawning attempts that will fail just because of... like, the trapdoors preventing them from happening. And it's like, oh, I can only spawn creepers here, I guess. But it's not like the farm immediately becomes incredibly efficient at only spawning creepers. The entire mob cap does not get taken up by creepers. See, now if I just do this a few times, like... The main thing you don't want is for it to go around corners like this, because if you break that, you only get... Oh, no, you do get more. Oh, how lovely. They've thought of that. What a lovely and conscientious group of developers they are. So that's quite cool. I did not realize that if you grew glow lichen on a corner like that, you do get... Can you use that in some way? Is that at all worth, like, exploiting as a mechanic? Like, it saves durability on your shears. But it's still going to take the same amount of bone meal. But if you have a dispenser that's just, like, cover this corner with bone meal and then you shear it like that. I don't know. Do farms typically take advantage of that, or do they not worry about it? Cubfan had a quick farm that used that. Uh-huh, fair enough. It's easy enough to limit the area into which glow lichen grows, so. But this is my thinking, right? Instead of having the sort of... Oh! The drown didn't like that. He was like, no, don't put it there, put it here. Alright, alright. I'll try. Oh boy, he's got an enchanted one as well. No trident for us. I love that. Edit this. See me. Yeah, I want to have like a little bit of this growing up here, is what I'm thinking. Maybe we can even have like some stuff growing out from the outside of this. And at this point, the glow is almost a bad thing, because I like the idea of that just being, you know, completely dark and it just kind of growing in the darkness like that. You could sort of do the same thing with vines, but then they wouldn't go below the surface of the water. Why am I not getting full netherite tools at this point? Because it's a pain in the butt to go mining for netherite right now. I don't have a great deal of TNT. I don't like mining for netherite manually or using beds, and I don't need full netherite tools. Like, I go and mend my stuff, all my stuff mends itself as I go, like, easily enough. The only thing that I really need to go and mend is my Silk Touch pickaxe, which usually I'll get from... I'll mend it by, like, trading with villagers or something, and my Elytra, which you can't make out of netherite to begin with. So I don't tend to find that the extra durability of netherite is the one thing I'm concerned about. I don't fall in lava all the time, and I don't think the durability boost is going to be all that helpful right now. I think with this, maybe we'll go a little further down. We'll just have it down there. And that's okay. It stands out a lot against the spruce. But I'm honestly okay with that. If anything, it looks a little bit kind of like fancy in a way. Like it's filigree or something. It's more refined. You could use it for decoration a lot more if you were very deliberate about it. I haven't really done... I haven't really had a chance to mess with the full potential of glow lichen yet. Enjoying this so far, though. I think the jungle around here is actually causing a bit of chaos lag-wise. Like the FPS drops I get when I'm around here, they're like more significant than they have been elsewhere in the world. Like I don't know how much that comes across on streams, but I notice it when I'm running at 120 FPS and it dips below that. And yeah, we could put plenty more glow lichen around here for atmosphere for sure. Yeah. Why do I have a hat on? I wear this hat every time we reach level 5 on the hype train here on Twitch. And yeah, that happened very early in this stream, so I wear the hat for the remainder of the stream if we complete level 5 hype train. Shit, open geode looks fire. Thank you. I really like the way this came together. Like, I feel like I didn't stand still long enough to really take this in the episode, but like... Yeah, I quite like that. It's the kind of geode that you see in the window of a gift shop in Brighton, so I'm quite familiar. I do like the crystals kind of forming around the inside like that, and it's so cool that you can just run up in there. Like, you actually have to jump down and jump up onto the amethyst, and then once you're on there, it's easier. So I might do a bit more to make this path a bit more straightforward. But I do really like this. And, like, the layers of material around it really add to the idea that it's built up that way over time. Like, it's formed around the amethyst. I'm definitely not the first person to think of this design, but I haven't seen people do that kind of take on it elsewhere, where it's a bit more like a a geode that you get from like a crystal shop. Why is the game so bright? I have a gamma filter put on in my streaming software so that people on stream can see when I'm detailing stuff like down here and the game. It makes it really dark because otherwise, to briefly demonstrate, we've done a bit more lighting down there now, so it's kind of better, but it looks like this. And we all know that Twitch and YouTube video compression is not very kind to large areas of darkness. It tends to like compress a lot. The bitrate goes all to hell, so I'm trying my best to make that more visible for people who are watching the stream. That's all. Probably doesn't matter that much for areas like around here, but I'm going to be rounding the back of this off a little. Just because I don't want it to be like a shell like it is right now. So if anything, we could probably take out some of the stuff from back here. But I don't know if I have really that much room in these for this now. Let's take the andesite with us as well for good measure. And we'll kind of build it up in layers like this. I'm only going to use the andesite very sparingly here because I don't have nearly as much of it as I have the other stuff. He says wasting a block of it behind there. Yeah, there's all of this that we can just take out because we're never going to see this again. I've kept the torches back here so that this whole thing can stay relatively well lit, and hopefully we won't get any unwanted spawns just back here. But I want the whole thing to be flattened. It's going to be flattened at the back, flattened at the front. But I want it to imply that it's like an egg-shaped thing, like, or like the back of a mandolin or something, you know? So it does have like a rounded structure to it that's just been sheared off on one side. I think that looks quite good. That looks alright. Get the coal if you need it for smelting. Yeah, fair enough. I mostly need it for torches in this place. As we got fortune on us. Cool. Cool portal. Hey, thank you. Using coal for smelting is so 2021. I honestly think coal is as good a fuel source as any other fuel source in this game. It's like lava is renewable now. It's like, yeah, coal was renewable when we make a wither skeleton farm. Like, it's the same thing, really. If anything, coal blocks are still better than lava because you can stack coal blocks. Chat, what is your go-to fuel? What do you tend to use? Like, if you have the full run of fuels, assuming that you can farm whatever you want to, what do you tend to use? Or is there, like, a point at the game at which you switch? Charcoal? Yeah, charcoal is an interesting one, especially if you've got an automatic tree farm. I feel like that's way more viable. Shame it can't be turned into blocks, but maybe if you're playing data packs or modded or whatever and they've added blocks of charcoal in. Lava in 118, kelp prior to that. So many people go for kelp, and I'm like, why? I mean, I get it. As a stackable fuel source, it's not bad, because it can have, you know, 20 smelting operations per block or whatever. But it's so much work. Like the auto smelting and stuff that has to go into it, and then you have to craft all of the blocks manually. it feels like you're making so much stuff, and you're only really getting a net gain of 11 items worth of smelting power, which is not that much more than coal. Kelp blocks take too much effort to build the farm. It's not even about building the farm, it's about crafting all of the blocks afterwards. Like, there's no way to automate that. Wither skeleton farm's a bit dangerous, first time playing hardcore. That's fair. It's funny that lava is somehow safer, but I get it. Like, yeah, if you're playing hardcore, you don't want to risk the wither skeleton entanglement. That's totally fine. I might put some more dripstone up the side of this, actually, to kind of give the impression it's been here the whole time. That would work quite well. Depends how much you're cooking, either coal or bamboo. Bamboo farm into the smelter is best. Yeah, I think if you're farming enough bamboo to keep the whole thing topped up, then that's fine. It just bugs me how fast bamboo disappears, you know? You run client-side mods that support bulk crafting, so kelp is still the easiest to mass gather. Fair enough. I mean, yeah, if you've got some kind of modded thing, I think for vanilla, personally, I don't think I would go with kelp as a major fuel source. Like, it's good that you can smelt it and you get a ton of XP. I've seen people argue that, like, a kelp XP farm is good because you can just throw a bunch of it in a smelter and you'll never have to worry about XP again. It's like, sure, fair enough. But, yeah, as a fuel source, I feel like it's overrated. I follow creative on this particular build. No, not at all. No, this has all been stuff I'm freestyling. Like, I had a vision for this really strongly after we did the last geode portal. I was like, you know what? You know what the inspiration for this was? Like, I've been talking about, like, yeah, gift shop, crystal shop, geodes and stuff like that. It's not even that. It's if you've ever played Stardew Valley, one of the gift items that you get from the museum after you've handed in enough artifacts is a standing geode that you can place as a furniture item in your house. And I immediately went to that and I thought, yeah, that's just one of those geodes that's like, it's kind of a triangular, like, I think they call them amethyst cathedrals or something like that. There's like this really kind of desirable shape for amethyst for people who like to have that kind of stuff as an ornament around their house, right? And yeah, for some reason I immediately thought of the standing geode that you get from the museum in Stardew Valley. And I was like, I can build that. That's no problem. But having seen pictures of geodes on, you know, on Google a few times, I just thought, yeah, no, like, there's layers of sediment or whatever around the outside. It makes sense. But yeah, I think that worked out quite well. I've got all this deep slate and stuff on me now. Right. We've got a bit of coal that we can leave in the furnace. What next? What next? I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with these platforms. Like, how I want to make them more substantial, more decorative, or more formal looking. You know what I mean? Like, this just doesn't scream like successful mining operation to me. Like, everything is one-dimensional, it's flat. Like, I want there to be, for a start, like, it needs a secondary set of supports. I think the platform needs to have more three-dimensionalness to it. Terrible use of the English language. It needs to have more dimension. It needs to be, like, depth. It needs to be thicker. Support arms coming out of the stone. Yep, another good option. The individual sections of the spruce platform there just need to be thicker. Like another slab underneath, probably. Use fences as scaffolding. I can use scaffolding as scaffolding. I just think there's room for something else there, and I'm not sure what yet. Whether it's like accent block under there and then another block, another row of spruce there to kind of give some sort of larger feeling to this, or if we just thicken up those platforms and then build more like a kind of cross brace framework around here. The thing is with that stuff, it never looks as good in Minecraft because you aren't really building diagonals. I suppose on a large enough scale it doesn't matter as much, but I tend to find that if you're building those under smaller areas, like if you're building a kind of lattice tower, it never ends up looking all that good. But maybe that's just my kind of... I get tremendous imposter syndrome when it comes to building anything in this game. And I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I feel like somebody else building exactly the same thing would not, like, would feel, like, way better than me having built it. You understand what I mean? Like, sus, yes, thank you. Somebody's first time chat was me saying imposter syndrome and them saying sus. I hate Among Us. I really hate Among Us. I don't, but, like, it's... what it's done to our collective consciousness is just unforgivable. I still laugh at it, though. I still laugh at the fact that Among Us has now, like, looped back around into where there's not as many people playing it. It's just one of those things. It's like Fortnite or whatever. It's like, it's harmless. It's not like everybody is suddenly playing this thing and insisting that you jump on that bandwagon. What's left is the memes, and the memes are quite funny, so I'm okay with it. You know, like, what I'm genuinely saying is that, yeah, if say somebody is like better known for their building, like if Fwip or somebody built something that looked identical to this, I'd be like, wow, Fwip built that and it looks amazing. And now when I build something, I struggle to reach that level where I think, yeah, I've built that and it looks good. Like, I look at other people's builds and I immediately think of them as a way better builder than me, even if other people might consider us to be on par or something. You know, there's just something about that. And I like the way I build a lot of stuff. Like, I'm not saying I'm a terrible builder and I think I'm bad, because I'm kind of happy with my ability to build stuff like this. For example, when I have a solid vision for it and I can execute on that, makes me very happy. But I see other people's builds and I'm like, I couldn't have accomplished that, you know? But I do think I can. We're our own worst critics. That's the thing. Yeah, that's entirely how I feel about it. It's so much easier to criticize yourself than it is to criticize other people, unless you're on Twitter. You know what I need to play? Like, Chicory came to Switch recently. I know it's been on PC for a while, but apparently that game is really good at, you know, discussing imposter syndrome and just having, like, an interesting message regarding that kind of stuff. So I think I might play Chicory at some stage, and maybe that will give me some perspective on all of this. I don't know. Otherwise, it'll just be a fun game. Just joined and you're rather confused? Why? But arches on the underside edges of the platform so you can't see they're one block thick. I think I'm fine with them being thicker if we need to be. Like, I'm not trying to necessarily disguise the fact that they're one block thick. I'm just trying to work through the options of what we can do with some of this. Because, yeah, we can put scaffolding up there and we can build on the underside of that. It's not a problem. I think the only problem that presents is if the slabs then reduce the effect, the impact of this, where, like, I love the fact that you can see down into the lake, and there's some areas where it's lighter so that you can see a bit of texture and you realize, oh no, I am seeing down into the lake below here, and it's not just like black material or kind of dark blue material underneath there. Am I building in the Dripstone cave? Yes, I am. We've been doing a bit of terraforming down here to make all of this area kind of mossy. Like all of this. We've done on stream. It's like little by little we're working on some stuff here. We've done a bit of exploring. We found an abandoned mine shaft down there. We've lit up a few more things. And now I'm just kind of contemplating some of our decisions here. Put acacia logs near the water for the effect that the wood color has been washed away. I don't think it's necessarily a color thing. I feel like... Although maybe, I don't know, maybe this lake is sort of acidic and it's bleaching and stuff. I know bleach is alkaline. Same thing. Yeah, like, I'm not that interested in kind of, like, changing the wood color. I think there's other ways we can accomplish that effect in more interesting ways. Because you stare at it too much, some of the patterns get boring to you, but not to others. That's probably a good way of looking at it, yeah. Is this bridge old lore-wise? I mean, I think maybe it's old, but I think it's also built to last. I don't think this place is meant to be abandoned, you know? Like, I like the idea of it still being operable, you know? Could use coral fans. Yeah, I haven't found a war motion in this world, or if I... Oh, no, I have. It's over by the desert. I haven't really gone into, like, all of the mechanics of coral and stuff. And most of the time, when I'm looking at stuff like this, I really want to be using the stuff that's around me, or, like, not kind of subtly throwing in blocks and items and stuff that I haven't really talked about yet. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say, like, oh, by the way, that down there is a coral fan, which we'll talk about later, and just completely ignore that, you know? Sometimes it's inevitable, but I want to avoid that when I can. Would it grow dripstone spikes over time? See, I'm thinking we'd end up having some areas where, like, yeah, this dripstone is leaving a bit of pointed dripstone underneath it on the bridge here. It's a hard example here because, like, there's this. But maybe, like, this one might leave, like, a little deposit there, you know? The idea that it's dripping down onto this, specifically. We could even make that an organic thing by putting water sources above that inside of the cluster of dripstone blocks that's above us, but I don't think I need it to be that interactive, you know? If you had some magma blocks at the bottom of the lake, you could use that sulfur acidic lake idea. Yeah, maybe. Add some flamingos, that'll help. Yeah, for a start, right, here's what we're going to do. And we can always make changes to this afterwards. That's the other thing I always need to remember, the thing that I am so bad at remembering, is that while it might be a pain to do it, there is absolutely no reason you can't just take stuff down later. So what I think we're going to do is we'll leave a gap because we've got these in a lot of places. And we'll put another set of supports here. And I think we'll just do horizontal ones for now. Although, you know what, these are only every, like, 14 or so blocks, I think. So I'm kind of wondering if it makes more sense to do that. And then have, like, something in between here. Like, if we put... Let's use jungle planks as the example for now. It's probably not going to be jungle planks. But if you put something there... And it feels like the bridge is maybe more substantial that way. The only problem is that becomes quite difficult to build over and over again. We can't bridge it out that way if there's only one block between. But I think... People suggesting trapdoors. Yeah, trapdoors is kind of annoying to place because I have to place them from the other side facing this way, but... Yeah, I think we'll go with that. We're going to do something... Hello. We're going to do something more 3D. Something to thicken up areas like this. Like, we'll put, you know, a trapdoor here. We'll put some kind of, like, extra bit there. We'll find a place down here to put some scaffolding and we'll just throw it up. Would copper blocks be a bit much? Maybe because I think the reason they're mining copper from this area would be to export it rather than to use it here, if you know what I mean. Like, it makes more sense to me that they're pulling the copper out of the ground. They're not processing it here necessarily, or if they are, I'll build like a blast furnace auto smelter at some stage, but I don't know if they would then immediately use those materials to build bridges. Like, bridges feel like they should be, platforms like this should be built out of good materials, but materials they brought with them instead of materials that they are mining out of the ground here. I mean, I already like that better. Yeah, the support logs could be made thicker. I think I might make them thicker depth-wise, like further back. But I don't necessarily want to make them like a 2x2, especially because I've been building this all on odd numbers. Like, you'll see there's 5 blocks there, there's 5 blocks in between, 5 blocks trapdoors, 5 blocks wood. Like, it doesn't make any sense to widen these out into even numbers now. Drowned farm in the lake. The thing is, to make it a acceptable drowned farm, to make it like a decent drowned farm, I have to radically transform what this looks like, and I'm working with the aesthetic side of this, so I don't really want to change too much about how this looks. And to make it an effective drowned farm, I would have to limit the area of the water, probably, among other things. I mean, we could make it work, but it'd be vastly inefficient, and people would yell at me for that in the YouTube comments because I'd have to make a tutorial about it. Sometimes you build with what you have, like for repairs. I mean, it'd be cool if we had some areas of the bridge that look like they'd been patched together with copper, but then I wouldn't necessarily have it as like an organized looking accent block under there. It's not a bad idea, though. What's up, Skittles? I'm very well. Hope you're having a good day. Want to make a red sandstone themed house in an oak forest. How can I incorporate the deadness of the desert? Well, for a start, get dead bushes. Maybe place a few, like, oak saplings or azaleas around as though they're still trying to grow, but I think the dead bushes are usually a really good way of doing that. As though they've dried out, you know? Bone blocks, maybe even. Like, I know there's that kind of, like, longhorn cow skull kind of thing that happens in the American desert. You could try and work bone blocks in as, like, an accent somewhere. Assuming you have the bones to do so, or just raid a soul sand valley. A bunch of stuff you could do, really. Work in some terracotta accents, a lot of flower pots. Maybe even a bit of, like, glazed terracotta and stuff. There's options there when it comes to, like, Adobe-style construction. You could do some neat stuff with that. Building it in an oak forest is an interesting choice, though. Not saying it's a bad choice, just curious as to how you settled on that combination. Yeah, no, one block apart is definitely the move. Oh, I already like that so much better. It just looks more substantial. And we'll put some accent blocks in there, but I feel like even without the accent blocks, it still looks much deeper because you can't see the trapdoors, so you can't see whether it's like affected by depth or not. And yeah, maybe we'll do something similar down here as well, because I think the legs still don't quite feel substantial enough. We could do a plus shape with the legs if we want them to look thicker. We could do it maybe like a one of these, you know? Make it like that thick. But does that feel too big? I don't think it feels too big at that stage. It's just a lot more wood. I just need to farm a lot more spruce for that. We have tons at the base still. I just wanted to build near your friends. That's fair enough. That's totally fine. Would I ever consider doing one random Bed Wars guide? No, I know nothing about PvP. is just not my scene, and it doesn't really interest me all that much. And part of the thing that motivates me to make guide episodes like this is that I at least know what I'm talking about. Like, does just having 2 logs there... Like, it definitely feels better. Man, it's... this every decision I make is coming down to, like... Hey, you know how how you make this look better? Use 4 times the amount of materials. Sad but true. Sad but true. You gotta break some eggs, right? Thicker under the water, if anything. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like... It's different building stuff in lakes like this compared to building stuff in the ocean, because the ocean has tides, and naturally you'd need to prepare for that kind of stuff. But, yeah, I do wonder if this stuff does just need to be better supported underneath here. And from this side, because you're going to see that these supports are 2 blocks thick, it's going to make a bit more sense that the other ones are 2 blocks thick as well. We're not getting spawning down here anymore, which is good. I'm almost okay with those just being 2x1s, you know? I can just about place these from here if I'm careful. And in this case, they're actually going to connect. They're going to connect there, and then this side drops down by a block. So we'll have to make a decision there about whether this... Yeah, that's going to have to come out the next section, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I'm probably not explaining any of this very well. I'm just, like, speaking... I'm just saying what I'm thinking. I'm kind of thinking out loud. I was going to say speaking out loud, but that's normally what you do as a human being with a voice. Yeah, every time I run over here, it's like jitters. Like little tiny FPS drops. Parishna, thank you for gifting a sub earlier. Skull Daisy, thank you for the 35 months. Sorry if I'm not catching these right as they happen, but I hope you're all having a good time watching the stream. I cannot see where I'm placing that. That's so dark. You guys can probably see that better than I can. And now I'm out of spruce logs. Not completely, but partially. Do normal humans not speak completely silently? What are you, a telepath? Yeah, that makes this step down feel a lot more substantial as well. Like reinforcing this. Very helpful. And this right here is going to have another support pillar there, so that's fine. Let's kill this guy. Thanks for the shell, my dude. Yeah, loads better. Surprising nobody adding more blocks makes it look better, but... certainly happier with that for now. I do still like the fact that some of these features break through the structure of the bridge, though. Like, I don't know if those are supposed to have grown through it, or if they've just built around it, or if something has fallen, or what, but... yeah, already looking better. Looking like a dripstone fortress. And also, we're starting to get this now. The copper is weathering. He says in the same style of, like, nature is returning, but artifice is returning, more to the point. So the question is, do we get some honeycomb and wax these? Do we, like, lock these in now? And the answer is potentially. There's only one that's done it so far. Is there a type of villager profession I'd like to see added? A while ago, and I stand by this to this day, I suggested, not to Mojang, but, you know, to anybody who would listen at the time, that there should be a geomancer villager whose job it is to change the weather, because I think the player having more control over the weather in this game through whatever means would be a good thing, especially now that the day-night cycle, like skipping the nights when it's not raining, does nothing to the weather. Like, if it's raining and you sleep in a bed, it will clear the weather, but it doesn't do that if it's not raining, and so it can start raining immediately after you wake up. And for some players, that's useful. And for some players, you might want rain because you're using a Riptide Trident, or you play on Bedrock and Impaling works better on stuff in the rain, that kind of thing. But for content creators, it's kind of nice to have the ability to toggle that, because there is... honestly been times when it started raining right as I was about to record, and I waited until I could sleep to clear the rain before I continued recording, and that just, like, wasted me 10 minutes. And it's, like, that's a very selfish reason to want a means to change the weather in survival. But if you care a lot about playing in survival, you don't want to use commands to clear the rain and that kind of thing. I like the idea of the functionality being given to a more mystical style of villager, who could maybe trade a stack of emeralds and, like, a totem of undying or something. Like, something that feels like a more desirable item. Or a, you know, Nether star or something like that. And that could, you know, effectively allow you to have an effect on the weather in survival Minecraft. There is a geomancer illager in Minecraft Dungeons who makes these, like, stone pillars that come out of the ground and, like, trap the player and things. And I think that's a neat use of geomancers. I got the term geomancer from my playthroughs of the Final Fantasy games, because it was one of the classes that you got in a lot of the job-based Final Fantasies. But I do like the concept of it as a villager profession. I think it has merit. A weather wizard, effectively, yes. Some mechanic where the villager would have to be above Y300 for the special item to be visible. I mean, yeah, even stuff like that that encourages players to put villagers into a different situation. How do we change the weather in Empires? That was a data pack that you can get from vanillatweaks.net, which effectively allows you to set up a shrine that starts a thunderstorm if you want it for channeling, so that you can do all of the stuff with charged creepers, get mob heads, that kind of stuff. Do mini games that involve things being struck by lightning. You can also set that to rain. All that does is set up an area where if you throw a specific item, by default it's a Nether star, if you throw that onto a specific area where all the particles converge, it runs a weather thunder command or a weather rain command. But it does that in the background, so it feels like part of the gameplay. And you can obviously run those commands if you have cheats enabled in your world. I don't. The thing about the weather on Empires was that it was also permanently set to sunny. They disabled the weather cycle. So I also had to make sure that there was a data pack on the server that cleared the weather when we slept, which doesn't happen if the weather cycle is turned off, which is really weird. But obviously sleeping affects that. Yes, this is a fake geode. This is something I built in today's episode over on my YouTube channel, so you can go and check that out if you want to see it being built. We could do some other stuff around the outside of this by adding like stone or andesite stairs to make it feel a bit more curved, but I like the blockiness of it. There's not really a whole lot we'll be able to do to mimic that effect internally to the geode, so I think it works quite well. I'm really happy with it. Today on the stream, we've just been working on a bit of aesthetic stuff around the Dripstone cave, really. Just trying to figure out a few things, gather some resources, and figure out where things are headed here. I'm quite happy with it so far, though. And a lot of this work can be done with a more idle approach here on streams. Like, we're just going to be tinkering with bits and pieces here and there. We're not going to take everything, like, super seriously. We can try out some stuff. And I have had this long-seated kind of, what's the word? Not like dislike, but aversion to, caution about, like this general negative feeling towards building stuff on stream, because a lot of the time when I build stuff I tend to focus and I get very kind of quiet and I don't tend to commentate what I'm doing a whole lot, which I don't know if it's super interesting for people if I just like clam up and go quiet. But I'm learning to care less about that in service of actually getting some stuff done here and involving you folks in the process, because chat has some really good ideas. Like, I try to know as much as I can about this game, but even I will forget that a certain, like, block exists, and then people will be like, hey, what about this? And I'll be like, why did I not think of that? As long as everyone's enjoying themselves, which you seem to be, because there's a ton of people here. And frankly, some of these decisions that I'm making when it comes to building here are not the kind of thing that I would want to dedicate an entire video to, so it's kind of nice that we have this stream environment where we can be a little bit more relaxed about it, you know? And I can just try out a couple of things and discuss them in a video if it makes sense to do that. Jade with the 20 months. Thank you so much. Scaffolding, pillars, resubs, all supports are cool. Yeah. I see what you did there. Would I ever play Bedrock Edition again? Sure, if the need arose for it, but I'm not going to make a guide to Bedrock Edition because other people have done that better, and are much more familiar with Bedrock Edition than I am. The reason I took on the RTX stuff especially was that I thought that was just a really interesting opportunity to work with NVIDIA for a start, which was very cool of them, but also gave me the opportunity to look at some stuff that can't be done or couldn't be done very easily in Java Edition with shaders. Like, the fact that you could use light for more realistic stuff is really powerful. And there are ray tracing shaders for Java Edition now that didn't exist at the time RTX was being developed, and, you know, wasn't, like, still aren't freely available in most cases. Like, I don't know if Sonic Ether's path tracing pack ever really came out. And if it did, then fair play, but I haven't seen it. Which edition is the Xbox Series X? Java or Bedrock? All consoles, mobile devices are all Bedrock Edition. Yeah, and the RTX obviously suffered from the issues with people getting hold of the GPUs, which is still a real nuisance. And again, there's nothing I can really do about that. There's barely anything folks like Nvidia can do about it. There's a chip shortage and people like cryptocurrencies, so kind of difficult for them right now. Yeah, I think we're onto something. Seems like the crypto bubble will crash this year. Gosh, I hope so. I think more than anything, I'm just sick of hearing about it now. How many evokers does a Woodland Mansion have? Depends entirely on the rooms, which is something I only learned from my Woodland Mansion raid when I was doing that for this season, because it turns out evokers only spawn if there is like a specific type of room on any given floor, and that's usually the upstairs floor, although there's often one or two of them on the second floor. Most of them are in the attic. And I think it's the rooms with like a table that's got a bunch of colored wool on it that's meant to look like a map. There's a lot of like blue and green wool on it. Those rooms can spawn an evoker. If there's a triple bedroom, those rooms can spawn an evoker. There's a few different ones. They're all listed on the Minecraft wiki. Really interesting read if you want to know more about where to find evokers in Woodland Mansions. And yeah, it turns out that they have very specific spawning conditions. Let's get rid of that. Here's a very useful tip if you want to place any kind of directional block when it comes to like logs and stuff. Place a torch on an adjacent block beforehand, and then you can break that very easily afterwards. So you don't end up doing all of this dance where you're like, let me place these, and then I break those, and then I break that one, and like, how do the logs come off of that? Like, torches make that stuff very easy. Really hope I'm proud of my guide. I am. That's the whole reason I'm making a second season of it, is because it seemed to mean a lot to people, and a lot of people, like, I still hear from people saying Season 1 of Survival Guide either got me into Minecraft, got me back into Minecraft after a long absence, or, you know, it was just what I needed to be able to get more out of the game, and that's really all I want, is to get more people having the best experience they can have, you know? Black Steel, thank you for gifting a sub. If I don't find the mansion that worthwhile, if I want totems, I usually go for a raid. Yeah, I mean, mansions don't have a great deal of unique stuff now that raids exist. Like, the whole reason to go to a Woodland Mansion was really to fight Vindicators and Evokers. And even the Vindicators weren't that important, but you used to use them for stuff like mob switches because they were persistent. And now zombie villagers work the way they do, you don't really need that anymore. Asp, thank you so much for the 12 months. Everyone spam the word nerd in the chats. We've got a brand new 12-month resub. Thank you for the full year of support. Enjoy your new nerd sub badge. Welcome to the nerd herd. The one thing we spam for in this channel. Alright, let's hop down here and take another quick look, because we just added a section onto this. Yeah, I think even though that's stepping down in sections, it looks way better. There's one log there that's placed the wrong direction, which is very strange. But we'll fix that now. Do I plan to build a portal chunk loader this season? Who has done stuff with chunk loaders recently that everybody keeps asking me this question? Like, which popular YouTuber has just started doing a ton of stuff with chunk loaders? Because I feel like a ton of people ask me that question on every stream, and I'm like, why? And I know that there are definitely technical players who've done stuff with chunk loaders before. Like, I know Doc is very into that kind of stuff. But there's just something about how many people are asking me that makes me think it's Grian or someone. It's like the amount of people who suddenly know about the trading loop with the glass panes from cartographers because Grian did it in, like, the beginning of Hermitcraft Season 8. And now everybody is like, oh, my favorite thing about this is that there's a trading loop with the cartographers. And I'm like, spot the Grian viewer. Imagine Grian doing chunk load and eating redstone. The guy could do it. Like, he's a smart guy. Foxy No Tail just released one, but it's for Bedrock. I mean, cool. Like, I'm not playing Bedrock Edition. But, obviously they're possible on Java. I just think that suddenly, like, a lot of people seem to know about that didn't before, and I'm curious, that's all. Grian's very smart, he just has smash the button syndrome. See, I'm wondering, because, like, art imitates life, right? A popular saying. And when it comes to Hermitcraft, which is art, there is a certain, like, online cultural trend that usually picks up some traction on Hermitcraft with each season. In Season 7, it was the button, which was a Reddit page that Mumbo turned into a redstone contraption. And that sparked the whole, like, different colors, whatever. Like, I feel like some of the people successfully made, like, one of the middle colors into something that was kind of cool, and then people cared less. Like, it was much less what the button was, which was like, oh, a struggle to be red or whatever, right? By the way, did you know the button was also created by the same person who did Wordle? Fun fact. The same person who just made 7 figures by selling Wordle to the New York Times. Yeah, the cryptocurrency thing was on this season, this most recent season, because Azuma just did Derp Coin. So I'm wondering what this next Hermitcraft season's cultural touchstone is going to be. Like, I wonder, like, I feel like Wordle has been iterated on by the internet, and the fact that it's now, like, gone effectively because it's owned by the New York Times, and people are still playing it, obviously, because it's a fun game. Like, it doesn't matter who owns it, really. But people are like, well, you know, the New York Times is going to ruin it and put it behind a paywall and whatever else, so, like, people are preparing for Wordle kind of going away and finding alternatives and that kind of stuff, right? I don't think it's going to be NFTs, but, like, I am curious. I feel like the thing is, and this is absolutely terrible, you could do NFTs on a Minecraft server very easily. Because all you need to do is make some map art of, let's say, an awful looking monkey. You lock the map. Somebody else goes there, draws their own accessories and whatever on the monkey. They lock that map. There is one copy of that map. You put that in a chest somewhere. You sell somebody the coordinates. I don't know. Like, that's basically what an NFT is. Like, you can do the concept in Minecraft very easily. It still has absolutely no value inherently. It's awful. But because it's going to get people engaged with the content, because it's going to be something people pick up on as like, oh, this is a thing that gets clicks. Like, people are going to love to hate it. In the same way that, like, creating any kind of antagonistic relationship, maybe what Azuma was hoping to do with Derpcoin. Like, they already started trying to do stuff like cryptocurrency with Pacific, except Pacific never really went anywhere. Like, they have the potential to do stuff like that. I feel like Wordle would be that thing if, like, Mumbo could very easily do like a redstone version of what I say very easily. It would take a lot of development, but it'd just be like, you know, a combination of, a combination of blocks or something, for example. Like, you could effectively make a combination lock style thing. And then it'd be like, you know, it'd be like Wordle, except it's like, guess today's combination. You have 6 tries. I don't know. There's stuff you could do with that, right? But I think Wordle is going to be quote-unquote over by the time this next Hermitcraft season gets into the rhythm of what it's doing. Like, by the time anybody has the resources to make anything like that.
Well, that's just prime.
It sure is. I think I'm just curious. Like, I don't think that Doc or Iskal or Ether or whoever is actually gonna do anything with NFTs on Hermitcraft, because it's absurd. And it's almost more universally hated than cryptocurrency. I've angered the Minecraft gods by saying that. But I do think there is potential to clickbait people, and that's where YouTubers go sometimes. And they just have to call it something different and be like, we're making NFTs, we're making like non-flushable toilets or whatever, right? And like Mumbo or Grian or whoever can immediately make a ton of videos that's all like, oh yes, the NFT business is going well. Like, selling NFTs to hermits, and it's like, these are non-flushable toilets, and it's just like a piece of quartz with a lever next to it or whatever, right? You can do stuff like that and people will go after it. I'm just curious what that's going to be. All I'm saying right now is, what is Hermitcraft's like pop culture touchstone this season? Because I don't think it's going to be Wordle. I don't think they have time. Yeah, that's the problem as well, is that there are people like Corrales on the server. This is how content gets made, chat. This is how content gets made. Could I make a house this season with a non-flushable toilet? I never... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just checking I counted that right. I never understood people's obsession with putting toilets in Minecraft, other than, you know... Have you guys ever seen a movie called The Spirit? This is going somewhere, trust me. Right after Sin City came out and did really well, you know, like, stylistically, was well received, they made a movie called The Spirit, which was another comic book adaptation, but it was pitched to the Sin City audience. It had the Sin City aesthetic, but it did not have Sin City's tone. And it was not particularly well received. Samuel L. Jackson is in it, playing a character called the Octopus. And there's a bit in which he and the title character, the Spirit, are having a fight in, I think, like a landfill or something like that. They're fighting in like a junkyard. And he hits the Spirit over the head with like, I'm not sure if it's a toilet seat or if it's the entire toilet. The Spirit was a terrible film. On the Diagonal is correct. It was bad. I think it's like Will Arnett or somebody. I can't remember who the Spirit is. But he hits him over the head with like a toilet, like part of a toilet. And the guy just looks up at him muzzily, and then Samuel L. Jackson says, "Come on, toilets are always funny," right? That's the only thing I remember from that film. Except for like a couple of, you know, silhouette rooftop chases or something. But like, I don't understand why anybody builds toilets in Minecraft aside from the fact that they're always funny, Samuel L. Jackson. Because there is no functional need for them. They are just there to provide a facsimile of modern life, right? Like, you're building a modern house, there's probably a bathroom in it somewhere. A bathroom probably has a toilet. But, like, here is my premise, chat. If you could live in a world where you didn't have to poop, would you do that? Because I'm entirely fine imagining Minecraft as a world where poop does not happen. Don't have to deal with it. That's fine. I am not the world's biggest germaphobe. I've been very cautious about stuff around the coronavirus and everything else. Pooping is something I could erase from my life entirely and not miss it. Just saying. These are my opinions. You've come to my stream for my opinions, and those are my opinions. Yeah, I'm not at all comfortable with the process. I never have been. I would rather it didn't happen. You have to eat in Minecraft. What happens to that food? It gets converted directly into points. It becomes the shanks and the saturation. Steve is basically a furnace. On the inside, it's all that is. Man's got effectively a blast furnace on the inside. Except instead of smelting ores, the food is just incinerated, turned into raw energy. He is healed. Pooping is a form of stress relief, so more stress in the deep, dark experimental out now. Dun dun dun. Happy Cat, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Totally agree with you, re-toilets in Minecraft. I mean, I'm mostly playing around, but also, yeah, I don't see the need to build a toilet in Minecraft. Like, then again, there's no need to build anything in Minecraft. I'm really just clutching at such a weird example here, but I find it quite funny to discuss, so that's kind of why I'm doing it. We'll hop up here, we'll grab a couple of those, we'll put a cut copper slab on top of there. And eventually this will start to corrode. Eventually. And 2 slabs there and there. We need our lightning rods back. We did go and get those. To be honest, I never built a toilet in Minecraft. Why would you? You don't need them. I'm fine with nearly everything else. You know, the showers, the sinks. Yes. 100% agree. Toilets, why? Maybe you sit on the non-flushable toilet to play Wordle. Now you're thinking. Like, I don't want to call it because I'm not that guy. But I'm not a betting man, but if I were, I would put money on Mumbo or somebody building, if not Wordle in Minecraft, then at least something that has the LE suffix that everyone's applying to all of these like spin-off games like Quordle, where you have to solve 4 Wordles in a row, or like Worldle, is one where, like, you're given, like, the outline of a country and you have to remember which country it is or whatever. Like, there's stuff like that. Like, there's a bunch of stuff like that, and I guarantee somebody on Hermitcraft is going to do something like that. Except, maybe they won't. I'm just thinking if I was on Hermitcraft, that would be the idea. And I'm not on Hermitcraft, and I don't want to be. But if I was, I would be trying to figure out what that was. Mrs. Kitty, thank you so much for the 7 months. Danny or Soda Lisa, thank you so much for the 2 months. Happy Cat with the 500 bits. We've got another hype train going. For heaven's sake, don't make this like the last one. Not sure what I'll do. I don't have another hat to put on at this point. I'm in two minds about stuff like this. Pixel. There we go. There we go. The LE. Yes, yes. I like it. Except I don't, but, you know. That sort of looks like a pipe. Like, with over here, if you're standing over here, it looks like there's just this... You can't see the outside. There's just something pumping lava into this lake. Steezix, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Appreciate that very much. I'm in two minds. That's where I was going with this. I'm in two minds about stuff like this, because it's clear that that is effectively falling from up here, right? It feels like it has motion rather than just hanging in the air. So is this the kind of thing that's just going to go shoof straight through this? Imagine we like dug a hole there as though this thing would just like pass straight through. Square peg through square hole. I'm in two minds about whether to leave that there or remove it. What would you do, chat? Here is the final question that we will end on for the stream, because I'm going to wrap up fairly soon. Would you remove this? Would you turn it into something? Would you make it a feature? Would you leave it there? I see a lot of people already saying remove. Pan Bunny, thank you for gifting a sub, and Ave with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Everyone who's got gifted a sub, make sure you thank these very generous sub gifters if you have received a sub. I mean, thank them if you haven't received a sub, because they're still very generous people. Remove it, adjust it, connect it back up, build it up into the bigger spike going through the walkway. So kind of like the one we have over here. There's potential there. That's an option. I'm already liking how the sections of this are getting built up. I like this a lot. Put vines on it, making it a hanging garden. I feel like to be a hanging garden, there needs to be a lot more substance to it than that. TNT fixes everything. I mean, destroys everything. Depends whether or not you consider that a fix. Turn it into an actual dripstone, let it build itself up? I mean, maybe. Also, just gonna delete that real quick. Keep the chat family friendly, please. Emerald Ore, I have an idea for the entire library, villager hall, survival library with a villager named Pixorus. Well, thank you for naming a villager after me. I appreciate that. Just for Freak, thank you so much for the 6 months. Sometimes destroying is the best fixing. Sometimes. Not all the time. Yeah, a bit more of this has started to age now. We've got 2 of them that have started to age, finally. If I was a villager, what profession would I have? Probably librarian. Out of all of the existing ones. I'm not a mending librarian, though. Am I the or a survival guide? I mean, I'm a survival guide, but who's counting? Keep it, it adds character. Yeah, see, I'm not certain. I think, if anything, it's too close to the walkway for a start. I'd want to move it back up a couple of blocks. Anonymous Cheerer, thank you for the 100 bits. Don't see those ghosties every day. Warden snapshot. Yeah, I know. People came in the chat and told me. Appreciate you stopping in, though. Mending Librarian is always Mendelsohn. Should there be a bard progression? What do you mean? What about make it a lava dripstone? I'm going to do other stuff with lava dripstone, but you can't really turn blocks like this into dripstone with lava.
Well, that's just prime.
Tyler plays up. Thank you for the 20 months. Would I be an efficiency 5 librarian? Absolutely not. Nothing about me is efficient. I'd be the Silk Touch librarian so I can get all the emerald ore. Yes, probably. Okay. Let's have a brief check on this. Alright, so this still hasn't dripped a second time, but one of them has grown. So that is at least a demonstrable effect. We're good. Alright. Let's go see about this Warden then, shall we? I suppose. Is this experimental snapshot in the sense of we need to download it separately? Because all of the regular snapshots that we're rolling out were for... Yeah, well, for the regular snapshot track. So there's this, like, experimental one. Cool. Still a work in progress, including the structures in the Warden. Nothing's in its final form. Download the zip file. Cool. Let's do that. Extract this into versions. Give me a second here. Bear with me. Okay. .minecraft versions. Move that. Oh, new launcher profile. Haven't done this in a while. Just duplicate this one, I guess. Call this one version. I'll probably have to, like, restart the launcher here. Give me a second. Okay. Where's the snapshot information? It's on Minecraft.net. They probably tweeted it as well. Okay. There it is. Pending 1.19 Deep Dark Experimental Snapshot 1. I understand the risks. Do I, though? Do any of us? Alright, this is going to take 2 seconds, so bear with me. It's downloading 69.99 megabytes. Nice. It's not on the regular snapshot track, no. You have to download it separately. Somebody has probably already posted a link in the chat, but if not, I will get one. Thank you so much for the hype train. A very scary snapshot, it says. Okay, let's do this. Speed running to find the Deep Dark. New worlds, normal difficulty. Alright, hard difficulty, fine. 119 experimental thing. We'll allow cheats because we'll probably die. Alright. Change of plans. Not going to end the stream quite yet, but let's see how this works out. Thanks, Corey. Alright, let's grab some tools. Let's go cave diving. How do I only have 3 worlds? Yeah, I put them in a folder. There's backup folders on my machine that have old survival guide and stuff like that. This is feeling like a bingo run somehow because I'm starting with nothing for the first time in a while. Let's dig down. Imagine the Warden is just in this block. Comes out, immediately kills me. Game over. Hey, we're in the Stone Age. Not that one. This one. Me, Corey, and Chi are following, and we just laugh that you decided to do this in survival. I mean, come on. Anybody who does this in creative mode is a coward. I'm calling them out right now. Like, if it's a bad idea to do this because the Deep Dark is really difficult to find, fair enough. But, like, come on now. Like, how is your first experience of the Warden not going to be in survival mode? Please. Like, assuming that I've done everything right. Minecraft Deep Dark Experimental Snapshot 1. Gosh. That's a long name. These snappy update titles. What's the Warden? Oh my goodness. Stick around and we might find out. Is it you or the world is really bright? Yeah, sorry. I'll probably put this back on when we go caving, but I have a color correction filter on there because we've been in a cave for the last little while and I wanted people to be able to see my surroundings. Okay, got a decent amount of woods. What's next? A lot of snow around. I hear a zombie down there. Is that the Warden? I'm going to make so many dumb jokes like that. I hope you're ready. Let's go check this out, see if we get any food, any useful tools. Just joined the stream if you found him yet. I just joined the snapshot, so no. The one isn't even really a boss. Like, I don't think it counts as a boss. It's more of an experience. Thorns. Yep, that'll help me against the Warden. A gold sword with Bane of Arthropods. Is he a spider? Okay. Okay. Anything else I can snag from around here? We can't mine the gold block, and I don't really care to. Let's make a boat and go boating. Did the Warden make that sand fall in just now? Does the Warden have a particular drop? Nope. At least as far as we know. And we don't know much about it yet, so we may find that it does. I thought for a second that the boats had disappeared. I thought, no, Java has inherited the bedrock problem. What I'm mostly looking for right now is a village. There's pumpkins. It's not a village, though. I feel like we should probably just go down the nearest cave and start caving, but I want to at least have, like, a couple of basic things. Oh, that's a cave, though. There's diorite down there. I thought that was deep slate. I was like, wait a second. We're not there already. We also didn't seem to be anywhere near mountains. I'm just thinking for easy iron and stuff. I want to at least have iron armor. Oh, look at this, though. I'm going to get killed just by this. We're not even going to find the Warden. We'll come back here. What are the coordinates? Okay, cool. This looks a little bit mountainous. There's our village. How wonderful. So I'm not going to be able to make a video about this by tomorrow because my survival guide upload schedule is Monday through Friday, and I don't want to change that. That would be compromising my beliefs or something. So what I will do instead is maybe make a bonus video about this that I upload on Saturday. Which is why I'm streaming this at all, because otherwise I would just be like, right, I have to go make a video now. But I do have to go make a video, I just have to go make it about Dripstone, which nobody is going to be caring about by tomorrow, so... Let's grab these just for some lighting, I guess. Who needs 4 lanterns like this anyway? Come on, villagers. Let's take this furnace. I do love the fact that villagers can't get in or out of their own houses. Don't know why I'm taking this stone cutter, but I feel like it. We'll make the Warden walk on the blade. His one weakness. Okay, so we have 2 blast furnaces. There's a bit more iron that we can get from this iron golem if we feel like killing him, which... personally, I don't. We've got 3 iron, so we can at least make an iron pickaxe. And that will make mining a little easier. Is there going to be any iron around here? Probably not high enough elevation, but we'll give it a try. Twitch just exploded with Minecrafters. I'm not surprised. Anyone would think they're excited about something. How many of them are in survival, though? Love the hat, thank you. We had a level 5 hype train at the beginning of the stream, and my tradition is to wear the conductor's hat when we reach level 5. And then if we complete level 5, it stays on for the remainder of the stream. The stream has ended up a little longer than I expected. Okay, so we have at least 9 iron here. We can go golfing with the Warden, I guess. It's a joke for the Scottish people in chat. There is a patch of iron right there that I apparently ran over in order to get to the iron that I saw directly in front of me. I am a Minecraft bat. Not Scottish, but I got the joke. Oh, I'm sure everybody got the joke. I just think it should be more widely known that Scotland invented golf. That's all he wants is a golf buddy. What do you think the Warden plays off? What's his handicap? I know nothing about golf. That's like the only golf terminology I know, and somehow I can still make jokes. Came for the stream, staying for the Warden jokes. I'm not as good at it as Wattles. Wattles' entire Twitter is just like memes now. My beloved. I don't have Silk Touch. The handicap is he eats your soul if he loses. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Okay, Iron Axe. Yay. Let's throw the stone stuff out. We might as well. We've got plenty of coal, so that's not the biggest issue. Obviously, we'll have to worry about getting torches. So we'll bring a bit of coal from our surroundings. I haven't found any sheep, We do have a bed, actually, thinking about it. There was me thinking, oh, I haven't found any sheep. Well, we can't sleep yet. Nope, I raided a village and stole their beds. So, pretty standard Minecraft activity, really, when you think about it. And the blast furnace is fast enough that we didn't need to, so that's fine. Sleep, please. Okay, right. I actually really need to go to the bathroom, but that problem might be taken care of us in a second. Taken care of for us. I'm so excited about this, I can't really speak. Let's throw these in here, make ourselves some more planks for a shield. And we've got full iron armor and a shield already. Cool. I won't worry about thorns, that was mainly a joke. Alright. We have over a stack of torches, iron tools and armor. We're headed towards the deep slate layers. Maybe we'll find diamonds there. None of it's going to matter, because as soon as we find this thing, it's going to kill us instantly. Having some wool or something might be a good idea, to be honest, so wouldn't be the biggest problem in the world if we broke down a couple more iron, got ourselves some shears, and then sheared a few sheep on the way. Not sure where I'm going to find the deep dark, so I maybe shouldn't be getting too far ahead of myself here, but it's what we do. It's what we do. Obviously, like, I have cheats enabled, right? So, like, we could just do a /locate if it registers as a biome or a structure, but I don't know. And food. Yeah, we could get food. I need one more iron, and somehow iron is just invisible to me right now. There's copper over there. There's emerald. There's loads of coal. There'll probably be a bit of iron somewhere around. Don't tell me. Hey, another village. I wonder if they'll have some iron. Or some sheep. Or some wool. Does it work if you walk on beds? Should I just bring a ton of beds down there? Lure the Warden into the Nether and explode it? Can the Warden go to the Nether? These are questions I have. New recipes unlocked. Finally, I can make boats. After all this time. Alright, let's cook some food. You can also get a bit of bread, because under here there is usually a hay bale. Any of you chaps got food? Oh, you do. Wonderful. Just gonna take that. Nice chair, buddy. Okay, we've got more spruce wood, I guess. Won't turn my nose up at that. More pigs! The true pig is inside the trough. Right. Can you name tag a Warden Pixel to make it peaceful? Seems unlikely. Imagine if you could cook iron on a campfire. Irons in many fires. Alright then. We have a very minimal amount of food. Tyler Plays Up, thank you for the 20 months. iDroid, thank you for the 2. I think we're all caught up on notifications. Campfire's heat exceeds 1,000 degrees Celsius. Well, somehow a furnace manages to work. I don't know. I don't know what we'll need more iron for, but I might as well smelt this instead of just having it on me. I think shears was the main thing, but I don't know if I see any sheep around here. I assume there isn't any indication on the surface of where the deep dark is in the same way that, like, azaleas mark lush caves, for example. Might be a good idea to collect some snowballs for the Warden. That was going to be a strategy, yes. But I also want to go in there, like, relatively unprepared, because the whole point of the area seems to be to get your butt handed to you. Yeah, a bucket's a good idea. Just for those steep caves. Alright, let's head back this way. We'll get some snowballs. Warden Easter egg. Like the Jeb sheep. Good, I still have the bed. Okay. Okay, we'll start by going back to... It's like a 400 blocks that way. Going back to that area where I found that cave, unless I find a better one. A better one. See if powder snow can slow the Warden. I don't think I'm quite in the experimental phase in survival. Frankly, I'll just be happier if I can stay alive. Which seems unlikely. But we'll give it our best shot. This thing's going to break my shield in like 2 hits, isn't it? Never thought I'd see the day you're looking for the deep dark. I know, I'm so excited for it. It's probably going to take a while, like... I don't know if I'm going to find it on stream if it's as rare as it's planned to be in the full release, right? Because I assume it's not just like every underground biome is now an ancient city. Not like a single biome world. This is cool. I kind of like that in a weird way. Like... hovering diorite. Like, this stone is trying to escape the fact that it was covered in diorite to begin with. It can disable shields? Oh, so it's like a Vindicator with an axe. Interesting. I'm sure there's a ton of people just, like, data mining all of this already, and I'm like, guys, have the survival experience. Oh yeah, I meant to turn this into bread. Kind of forgot about that in my haste. I don't think there's any hay bales around these snow villages, typically. They've got a chasm right here. Let's see if this leads to anything. Oh, that's looking pretty similar, actually. You can hear the drowned already, so... that's a good start. Okay, this is the point at which I might re-enable my gamma filter just so that hopefully people can sort of see. Because I'll be placing torches, but I won't be placing them as regularly as I might otherwise. Oh. Oh no. Oh dear. Have we found it? Have we found the thing? It's just the skulk, though. There's a bit of cobblestone down there. But that's just a skeleton dungeon. I don't know how much of, like, the ancient city stuff is in this, or if it's just Skulkin stuff for now. Hello. There's the Shriekers. Not currently being affected by mobs. The sensor is. Those are not. Okay. Good to know. What's it picking? Oh, it's the bat. Oh, gosh. Oh, the bat. Bats are now my worst enemy. Alright, the water is gone. And that grows the skulk. Oh, that's a thing. Hello, you don't care. Can I break you? Probably not without silk touch, right? This feels like something I can't break yet. Okay, that at least destroys it. Why am I using wool? Because the skulk sensors can't hear you if you're walking on wool. Like, this thing can hear me right now. If I'm, like, running around like this. If I stand on wool, it can't. Free XP. Okay. So we found a patch of the skulk. This seems to just generate underground. Does it lead us to the deep dark in some way? Or is this just here for experimental purposes? This is one of the catalysts as well. Can't break that right now. So if we kill stuff around this, it grow. Good to know. Dig down. Is it underneath patches of skulk like this? What height are we at? That's a mine shaft, surely. Yeah, this is just a mine shaft. None of this feels like an ancient city. No. We just got regular deep slate cave here. Oh, biome Minecraft Deep Dark. Interesting. So there's a separate biome. Yeah, this is entirely the right music. Is there like a creepy playlist on Pretzel? It's all like happy EDM and stuff. So that up there is Dripstone Cave. We've kind of got to make sure we're in the right biome then. Keep checking the F3 occasionally. Are all biomes below this level now deep dark, though? Like, is every deep slate cave now technically deep dark? Because I know there's like Dripstone and Lush caves and things, but like... I guess we'll take this. The torches as well. The jaws of the Warden. I'm pretty sure that's just a deep slate. Not a deep slate, a dripstone cave. Alright, I don't think this mine shaft is going to lead us anywhere. But we find patches of that skulk in or around biomes which are supposed to be deep dark. So we need to be searching some of these caves a bit more. But searching, hopefully, with caution? Ew. See, now this is potentially a setup we need to be wary of. Got the sensor over there. We've got this, which we can break. Which of course trips that. Oh, you get XP for breaking those with a pickaxe? Interesting. I guess they're part of the skulk, so that sort of makes sense, but also surprised. A little bit overwhelmed. Placing wool on skulk doesn't occlude it. Okay. Good to know. More diamonds? Alright. Diamond pickaxe. It's as good as we're gonna get. Oh, it's just lava. Hello, you. Doesn't seem to be a sensor around that would trip this. No, got lucky with this patch. We can't do anything that will, like... Oh, we can. Okay. Thank you, eerie noise. Going to break this and keep moving. Oh, hello. Huge iron vein. Huge iron vein. I'm cracked. What even? We don't need it, but hey. Fun. The music doesn't fit? I know. Should I just turn the music off? Put Minecraft music on for a bit? See if Minecraft music fits. It does say Warden approaches in the subtitles, which is exceptionally scary. So for those of you who've looked into this, for those of you who've seen people playing in the snapshot already, maybe they've been zooming around in spectator mode. Are there structures that I should be looking for? Or is it just a case of, like, skulk spawns in patches right now and the Warden pops out? Ancient cities are in the game. Okay, cool. Because that's what I want to find. I want to be able to die to the Warden on his home turf. So I want to be finding, presumably, like, something large enough, like a cavern or something that will have structures down here. Which is not happening for me right now, unfortunately. Or is it? Oh, baby. Okay. Okay, okay. We do not have... We do not have any music happening right now. Which is almost more scary. This... I don't have enough. I don't bring stuff for like a spyglass. I don't have a geode. This is scary. Hallway like this? No. Do not like that. Very much do not like that. Oh god. There's a geode right there. Sliced into the wall. Oh god. There's stuff around here that can hear me. This rules, man. Like, this absolutely rules. I don't care. Oh, we found it. I don't want to go in all guns blazing. I want to explore this place, like, organically. I want to find stuff. I want to gather more wool. How deep does this go? 2 blocks? Nice. Like, this is going to be the strat. Once you find one of these places, immediately gather wool. There's like a staircase over there. I think I remember this. I remember some of this. I remember some of this from the Minecraft Live video. It's like a outer wall of a fort of some kind. There's these little altars off to the sides. Some of these had chests in. There's rooms up here, but I don't want to trip too many of these. Then again, we're here now. What else am I going to do? What's the range on a skulk sensor? If I'm on top of this, can I stay out of the way? Not from that boy. Find the frame. Might be over here somewhere. You're gonna have to practice that speedrunner strat. There it is. There it is right there. What are you, friend? There's so many sensors around. Oh god. Oh, I don't like it. I'm out of wool. I've got 7 white wool. There's a chest. Some of those chests in the preview. Was this where there was like a skull behind here as well? There was like a skeleton skull on a... I think I see one. Is that a skull? Yeah. Yeah, there's a mob head. Like, legit mob head in the game. Wow. Oh, God. Oh, I don't like it. I really don't like it. I mean, I do. I love it. But... There's so many sensors down there. I hate it. I both love and hate it. What is going on here? There's more wool down there, which I can grab. Oh, okay. Hup. All right. We're in, lads. We're in. Be loud, assert dominance. No way. No freaking way. is this? Like, what is any of this? It's so big. Like, there's a lot going on here. There's those lamps. These are the things I'm almost more curious about, because I want to know if the sculk sensors inside of there so the lamps, like, light up. We found the frame. What does that mean, though? This is my new favorite and least favorite structure. Same. Yikes! Oh no! Placing a torch there was not the move. I just want chat to be able to see. I just want people to be able to see what I'm doing right now. Why does the Warden hate me? Why does the Warden hate Twitch chat? Did it say advances? It approached and then advanced? Oh, God. Okay, so there's one down there. Oh, I know. I had a thought. Get dunked on. Get dunked on. Should not have been overconfident. Oh, God! There he is! It's the boy! He smells me. And I can't see. I need to leave. Terrifying. Terrifying. Nope. Get away. Warden whines. Oh god, there's more skulk here. If I get up here, what happened? What do? Oh god, he sees me. I mean, he doesn't, but he does. How do you get to me if you smell me? How does that part of this relationship work? I mean, he can... Is it over? Imagine if he came up, like, right here, right now. Oh, boy. Oh! Oh, this is good. This is good. Are there any sensors around here? I need to eat something. We know this spot's okay because I placed a torch here and nothing bad happened. Question mark. He descended back into the skulk from on top of a wall over here, but still, like... Oh, that's cool. That rules. Like, this is incredible. Okay. Okay, so rule number 1, everything has to be wool. Wool is imperative. I need much more of it. And it's very smart of them to have put like a 2-layer thick carpet in this place. Because I will be farming the heck out of this. Okay. Did somebody start a prediction about whether or not I'd be absolutely owned by the Warden? Because well done if you did. I am happy to have done this with the support of my friends and family. So what is this? What are you? Those are some cool looking blocks. Let me say that right now. So like bedrock, basically. Reinforced deep slate. Features cannot replace lava fuel, wither immune. Reinforced deep slate? Oh, he's back. Base. Base, you can't get me. What does this do? It's a King B-Dog's thing. If I put a water bucket in, does it take me to the ether? Apparently these are unbreakable. It's not a netherite pick thing. It took damage. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Oh, I like being able to see again. That's nice. You don't know what you got till it's gone. So it does live. This place owns bones, though. Look at this. This is frankly pretty incredible. Also, it's a 3 strikes and you're out rule, and then anytime you activate a sensor after that, the Warden comes for you. Debated. Like, what is this? I'm still so curious. Definitely the coolest structure in vanilla. Hands down, dude. Do you give up? I'm not here. What is with... this? Try lighting it with something. I don't have like a flint and steel or anything. I have iron, but I don't have the flint. I'm waiting for Big Lad over here to go away. Do I have to get out of range for it to... No. Answers that question. That's scary as hell, dude. That's... Okay. So I still don't know what all this does. And that's just soul soil. Wonder if it would activate if Sculpt came into contact with the frame. Borrow some gravel from the Warden. How many snowballs to kill the Warden? Snowballs don't deal damage at all anymore, except to blazes. Nether Portal 2.0. Badger, I am having the best time. This is intense and like exceedingly scary. The first corridor that I walked into, yeah, go back and watch my reaction to that corridor, because oof, I am frightened right now. In a very good way. Like, this is entirely horror movie status. Very, very good. I am very curious about what I'm standing in right now. I can leave. Yeah, this structure is incredible. Like, everything we got going on here, I'm a fan of. More sensors, okay. Okay, good. Yeah, just... Obviously all the candles here being like, this means something, but what, my friends? What do? Yeah, we got all 4 of these redstone lamps. They're not, like, connected to anything other than the skulk sensors, so it's not like, turn on all the lamps and something happen, right? Thing is, if I ping one of these lamps, it activates the skulk sensors, they activate the shriekers, and then the warden comes back. And I'm not into that right now. I'm into the idea of avoiding the warden, which is the point of the warden. I very much appreciate the amount of wool that's put into these structures. Can I say that right now? Yeah, very, very good. There's diamonds up there in the wall. Does it work with carpet? Yeah, I don't know. I almost don't want to test it, to be honest. But... oh, gosh. This is a thing. What Y level is this at? We're currently at negative 34. It's just got to be in a large enough part of the biome, although it certainly looks like... does that vanish off into the distance over there as well? This really does live up to the ancient city title. And there are no mobs here either, which is frankly pretty incredible. Like, if you want to have an entire underground section with no mob spawning, like, forget trying to avoid, like, slime chunks and stuff underground. All you really have to do, I guess, is remove all of the skulk stuff, and then you don't have to worry about the warden anymore? Question mark? It's like Mushroom Island, but taken to the next level. I'm just so curious about this. I'm scared to walk on any block that isn't made of wool right now. Sheep are my new best friends. So the next heist... probably shouldn't have taken damage there. That probably registers as a skulk sensor thing. Be more careful. The next thing I want to check out is one of those chests. But to do that, we've got to avoid being detected. Which means we've probably got to occlude the sensors. Right? This is cool. There's no chests here, though, as far as I can tell. Just imagine falling down into a hole here. Having to deal with that. Avoid the skulk. Because you step on it and it registers your footsteps. I'm having to build so many bridges around this. Can you hide in a wool box? I mean, you can hide. I don't know how much good that will do you. Also, I haven't really taken a good look at this, but this does just seem to be all... Oops, all soul flame. Is there anything in this? Like, below? No, just more soul flame. Okay, good to know. It is just soul soil, yeah. It's just, like, stuff from the Nether. We're used to that. Now, that is familiar to us. The rest of this, distinctly alien. Like, extremely. And not like fun, cutesy alien, like Xenomorph alien. Like a Ridley Scott alien. Basically an overworld bastion. It's an overworld city. I don't know if opening that chest is going to trigger these. It knows. Run away. He's there! The man! The myth! I'm out of wool again. Oh no. This is where I die. Yep. How do you get to me? He knows I'm up here. What happens? I can't see him now. What if I hit him with a snowball? That's my main concern here. This is horrendous. Nope, I'm in that corner, buddy. I'm in that corner. I can't see where I need to jump to. I need to be over here. He's definitely hanging around. Yeah, it leaves if you don't make sounds, but he's also smelling me, so he kind of is able to detect where I am. He's like directly underneath me right now. I'm in the air. What do you do about that? Is it possible to kill the Warden? Possible, yes. Easy? Uh-uh. And let's be real, right now I have not the weapons to do this. Use the boat. I don't think the boat's going to work somehow. Okay, I still have darkness, but that's going to go away. Sure hope it is, anyway. Alright, we are going to have to wrap up here soon. I really want to see what's in this chest, and then I'm going to get beat down by the Warden. I think that's probably where we'll wrap up the stream. I was pretty confident I can make that jump, but I didn't want to try it. So if I'm over here... Oh, skulk sensors. 4 of them, 5 of them. Candles. Instant health potion. Yeah, that's going to help you. Right. That's cool. Good to know. This is going to trigger all kinds of sensors. I don't have like a bow or anything. I have no ranged weapons. Break the shriekers. I don't think I can really. Because that's going to trigger those, which set off another one. If I throw that... Oh, he notices the sound of blocks falling. That's cool. He basically picks up everything that the skulk sensors do. Hey, bud. You okay down there, pal? We good? What's the other chest? I mean, I presume something similar to the first, but I do not know that for certain. Arcane, thank you for the 100 bits. So he sniffs me up here. But he can't do much to get to me right now. Claire, thank you for the 4 months. Yeah, he's definitely coming back towards me, so it detects... What? Oh, did it leave? It didn't really play the animation that time. I think it was just standing in an awkward spot. Okay, cool. So he survived that encounter. It doesn't seem to be able to get up to you if it doesn't know where you are. Misty, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Mr. Badger Seth with the 34. Bit of a late one for me. Yeah, good reason. This is happening. Alright. This time we're going to open this chest, see what it's got inside of it. I do want to briefly see if there's anything down here, but it doesn't seem like there is. There's, yeah, a skeleton head there. Nothing much else going on, and then just skulk all over the dang place. Alright, time to get owned by the Warden. Let's do this. Where you at, big lad? I tripped the alarm. Anyone home? Bones and snow. See, I don't want to just be the first person who survived a trip to the deep dark, right? We know what this thing is capable of. It's just gonna kill me. Stream wants to see it happen, though. So if I sneak around, I don't think it hears me. I am curious. Hey there, bud. What now? Huh? Okay. So it looks like we can heal her up to fight him. It seemed like he kind of phased through the blocks, though. I'm curious. What if we do this? How does he follow? Warden rages. Block you in. Took somebody 5 minutes to kill him. Quick. Like, I run over here. This thing is on me, like, super fast. Does F3 say how much HP? When has that ever worked for any mob? Like, he really knows how to follow you. Doesn't care much about other sounds at this point. Pretty single-minded. He's got my scent. Once you attack him, does he ever let you go? I presume not. Like, once you've attacked him, you basically have to kill him. Still seems to get pushed around by water. And he just came through a one-block gap right there. Like, he does not care. He's jumping up and down trying to get me, though. He's just not going to go down in a hurry, is he? Is he avoiding the water? I don't think so. I think he just gets pushed around by it like other mobs do. How big is the hitbox? About the size of an iron golem, it looks like. You got to hit him pretty squarely in the face. And, like, he's already over here. This thing moves. Alright, time to let him win. Because everyone wants to see me get beat down by this thing. Instantly. Full iron armor, and I'm just dead in one hit. Well, that is going to be worth avoiding. That is going to be worth avoiding. But in the best possible way. Like, that's pretty cool, guys. Like, I gotta say, finding that, navigating around that city, pretty cool. Oh, what do we think? Thumbs up, thumbs down? We did it in survival. Again, your first time in these things. Please, like, for me, do it for me, make it in survival, because, gosh, it needs to be. Like, seeing all of that from the perspective where you're on the ground, you don't know what you're looking for, the darkness is all around you. Like, spectator mode, night vision, get that out of here, please. Please. The music was nowhere as well. I turned the music up, I feel bad. But, oh. Was that rad or what? Current poll. Yeah, so I had a blast with that. That was very fun. Well done, the devs. They've done very, very well. I am very curious about what all of this means. Because, yeah. The stuff in the middle, the reinforced deep slate stuff, I'm still very curious about where that's going. So many questions. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Seems easy to cheese by pillaring up or blocking yourself in. But then what do? You just hit the thing over and over again until it dies. And then what? Like, you trip another skulk sensor, and then you've got another one to kill, and it takes you another 5 minutes to kill that. Then what? Like, it doesn't... Like, it's... Non-empty string, thank you so much for the 100 bits. It's like... Yeah, sure, you can kill it. So what? You know? Like... The dev said they make it hard to cheese him. Sure, but to what end? And, like, you have to understand there's got to be a balance between, like, making it hard to cheese and giving players a way out when something has that much health. Did the Deep Dark have any unique loot? There were lots of skulk sensors in the chests. There was candles, health potions. I didn't see any more than, like, a couple of chests worth of stuff. So, I don't know. There's probably some stuff, maybe a lot... Like, they've said in the changelog that a lot of it is still not finished. Like, none of this is necessarily final. So, the loot is probably placeholder. If there's going to be some kind of unique thing there, we don't know what that is. Someone saying new enchanted book. Haven't found one of those. A swift sneak enchantment. Oh, okay. So like, makes moving while crouched, like, as fast as moving while you're on, like, just running, presumably? You can probably respawn him. No, that's the thing. That's what I assume happens, is that, like, if you kill the Warden, then, like, great. But then another one's just going to spawn. Like, it's not worth it. It's only worth cheesing, yeah, if it aggroes on you. And then if it aggroes on you and you can get away, like, I don't know how you get away. When he gets the raw attack, I don't think pillaring will help. Is the plan to give it an attack? Again, none of this is final, so we don't know. Can he burn, suffocate, drown? I poured water from above, but he seemed to just be pushed around by that. I presume he could drown, but, like, good luck trapping the Warden in a box where he can drown, you know? It seemed like it could go through blocks a little bit. Maybe that was kind of my imagination, but it was... He, like, ran at where I was and just seemed to be on the other side of a block too quickly to have walked around it. He can burn and suffocate. Yeah, I mean... I would presume that it's still, like, a living thing in that sense. And, yeah, pour lava on him, but then you're burning up all of the wool around you if you have fire spread on, which is the intended experience, is the default experience. Like if you're operating on something other than default game rules and difficulty, then that's, you're already deviating from the intended experience, I guess. Hitbox seemed rather small compared to the rendered size, probably just 1 block wide. True. He did go through the kind of archway in the city at one point. Do you need darkness effect in the achievement with all effects? I don't know. Literally just got it today in Java, so that's never been an achievement in Bedrock, so I've never had the opportunity to try. Reinforced deep slate is wither immune, piston pushable. Really? Reinforced deep slate and a new enchantment can be found in the chests. Oh. I see. That's very interesting. That's very, very interesting. Thank you for that information. Right. Yes, I have a lot to talk about in Monday's podcast now, and probably a video over the weekend as well. I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you all so much for being here. Fading up the happy music again. My stomach is grumbling something fierce. I need to eat something. We're going to be back here on... Actually, we might not be here on Sunday. We'll see. I probably won't do a stream on Sunday in that case, because I'll already have got another episode out about the Deep Slate Cave, and we're going to be talking about the Warden as well. The Dripstone Cave, sorry. So we're going to be talking about the Warden on Saturday, and then on Monday's podcast as well. But yeah, I won't be streaming here on Sunday, because on Sunday we're going to be over on the 8-Bit Community channel playing Dungeons & Dragons. Let's see if anybody else on my follower list. Nobody seems to be looking at the Warden snapshot right away. So let's see who else is out here. Yeah, I'll raid Slice Lime, because he seems to be making videos about some of this stuff as well. So it's always worth dropping in on Slice. We are potentially going to be talking to him on the podcast real soon as well. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, I'll drop you off to Slice Lime. Give him my best. Don't forget to use your pixel hype emotes and the hashtag pixel raids. Looks like he's only been live for about 20 minutes. And he's working on maybe, I guess, script stuff right now. But we'll see. Thank you so much for being here. This has been an absolute blast. We ran a little bit later than usual, but for good reason. I'm going to leave you guys here. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Take care. Bye for now.